as well. Alright, there we go. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to the stream. We've got another wonderful day filled with more Duet Night Abyss gameplay. Today, I've decided it's finally time for me to stop being a bum and grind out all of Mystic Maze, because I have all of these blueprints to get, as well as a whole lot more threads of time to get for the next reset, as well as a whole lot of money that I still need to farm. So, hope you all are prepared for that. And we got Team Moistin Mo 6035. Welcome to the stream. Now, I did miss a couple days of streaming, but I have finally gotten a better sleeping schedule, so that should not be happening again. Good morning, Trex. Hope you're doing well. But, obviously, beyond the Mystic Maze, the only real thing that I have left to farm up is Lunar Mementos as well as wedges. I don't really have a strong need for anything else. In fact, I think there's a lot of wedges that I can go ahead and craft a plus 10 already. Now, I do know that there are at least a couple of these, and that'll get me a plus 10 Blaze Resolve. And I'm pretty sure if I craft 2 of these, that'll get me a plus 10 Wings Eternity. And oh yeah, I've got all these griffins as well, but I can't get these to plus 10 yet. Alright. The maze is hysterically tiring. Yeah. Really shadow dropped the missing stock. I don't know about that. Is it like a per server thing? Because me, myself, I'm not seeing any of that missing stock. Yep. Good morning, Giordi. Yep, I got plenty of Mystic Maze that I've got to do. So, I think I'm gonna run some with Psyche. I am kind of curious to see what I could do potentially with Rhythm again, but I think Psyche or Lid are gonna be my main drivers. I might alternate between the two. How's my day, Mr. My day is going swell, because I'm actually having a day today. Oh, it feels so good to be alive. Yep. You know some people in NA that got it? Well, that is a bit rough for me then, because I'm not seeing anything. Though, it could just be that I need to restart my game, potentially. Yeah. Though, I did also get, like, a whole additional Battle Pass reset. Honestly, I think if I miss out on those wedges from Maze, that'll probably be okay for me, considering I got something significantly more valuable than that. Still wonder if they're ever gonna address that. Because that's kind of a wild thing. Especially for the people who actually didn't know what they were getting into and didn't immediately grind out all those levels and basically just lost an entire Battle Pass purchase because of it. How's my Fina build? It's a build, alright. You're also missing them wedges? Yeah. Maybe they'll do something where the people who didn't get their stock reset will get an extended stock? Who knows? But at the very least, I want to get the blueprints. A couple well, probably more than just a couple million gold. I'm probably going to want several million. Maybe even like 10 million gold. That would probably be optimal. And I also want to have some threads farmed up for the next reset. Yo, what's up, Sideways? Hope you're doing well. And it's funny that the time gets so many things and those things break the most. Yeah. It's pretty ridiculous, all things considered. Craft to the side to remove the time getting. True. True. Or that, or expand the time gates, you know. Because we are going to be getting into a situation where there are going to be a lot of new players coming in later. And, did I just get, like, ice held at the last second there? That was weird. And essentially being told to wait 5 monthly resets to get your plus 10 constance wedges is probably not very fun. Bro, what? You can use Fantasio in this theater? You can? I mean, if he's built well enough, I suppose. Let's see. Range weapon multi-shot. I know there's glimmer flies, and there we go. And we'll grab that artifact. You're doing super well. What about you? I'm 13k away from TR65, my boy. Sweet. I'm doing quite well myself. I got a great night of sleep. And I had an actual morning today where I did stuff and wasn't just like a potato in my bed or chair. So things are going swimmingly for me. Found out that Lin E plus shoot works perfectly on the ground, but not in the air. Yeah, it's weird. I don't really understand what's going on with it. How many? Okay, I've got plenty. I said feedback to reduce all the blueprints, so 1 per week, and adjust prices. That just doing a few runs plus weekly maze bonus is enough to buy all of them. Yeah. Either that, or maze just needs to become significantly more engaging of an activity with regular updates. Either one of those things I'd be okay with. But right now it is so insanely repetitive. It kind of reminds me of like the early, the early days of BlazBlue Entropy Effect. I don't know how many of you guys played that game. A banger game, by the way. But when it first came out, the roguelike mode of it, you know, it was alright. But, well, I say roguelike mode as if the entire game isn't a roguelike. But it was alright, though it did get pretty repetitive in a lot of the highest difficulties for the same reasons why the current maze is so repetitive, because it removed essentially a lot of player choice from the equation. And as such, they then had to make some overall changes to the difficulty structures, as well as making proper updates, and they actually changed the entire final zone of it, which I really appreciate. I definitely need to play some more BlazBlue Entropy Effect. They've been updating the game a lot. Good morning to you, Kaichuk, as well. Since the new wedges always come with support wedges, when Pyro comes out, will Marja be OP again? Yeah, probably. I'm kind of interested to see what the new Pyro wedges are going to be, though. Though, those will likely be the last ones we get. I mean, honestly, in terms of elements, I kind of feel like Lumino would probably be the most likely to be next, just because it actually has a pretty decently filled out roster. All things considered, Electro already had a pretty decently filled out roster, even if a lot of the characters were not excellent, but then they just released 2 at the same time this update. At least at least one of us got to sleep. I hope CJ has this time for me. I'm so tired. Jeez. Are you grinding CJ's account? Is that what's going on sideways? This 5-month for plus 10 is way too long. Yeah, I agree. Delete the limit for purples. It's kind of useless. Yeah. I don't even really see the point for limits on the purples, other than just the fact that they don't... Maybe they just don't want you buying more than you could, like, turn into gold? It's odd. But frankly, if they just increase the monthly limit to 4 blueprints and then just make purples infinite, I feel like that would be excellent. So it's just 4 monthly resets in... Well, not 4. 3 monthly resets in order to get it maxed out. And you can grind all the purples that you need. Ugh, terrible wedges. Or, not wedges, terrible lamp weights and stuff. The new co-op area is kind of a bummer since farming while in co-op spaces doesn't count towards the 180 minutes mark. Oh, really? That's unfortunate. I gotta say, the new event is super nice because you could literally just sit in a co-op zone for 180 minutes and you get, like, just juiced with rewards. And we're also getting just 2 free emotes from that. One of those emotes is, like, an absolute godsend for me. Just top tier poses all around. And they just give that stuff for free. It's so weird to me. It's like the cosmetic monetization for this game is so confusing because you'll have, like, the coolest stuff ever for, like, free or $1, and then they were just like, yeah, you know, the silly little dragon, you know, it's like, shell out 400 for it. What really bugs me is just, like, well, and not even the dragon, it's just like, the silly little, like, parasol, like, umbrella accessory is, for some reason, almost $10 per color variant. That's what pisses me off more, honestly. The disappointment one is so good, like, nah, yeah, exactly. But you could also do it too, like that, actually. Yeah. It's better to just 180 minutes in a commission? Ah, true, that too. Crap, I'm out of embers. Agent did 2 explorations, one with Rhythm Main, one with G-Liu Main, and with G-Liu Main you deal 69% of the whole damage and Rhythm deals 31. That's insane. Isaac G-Liu is the ultimate AFK farmer with Rhythm. Okay. Though, from what it sounds... Well, actually, isn't the main thing with G-Liu, like, the damage dealt, isn't she just, like, overkilling a bunch of mobs? I do know that she will be better at dealing with the elites, And that is definitely the nice strength about her. But it does seem that there isn't really much of a difference between whether you main Rhythm or main Jiliu. They kind of just do the same or very similar damage, regardless of what slot you put on them as a sword or main damage dealer. At least proportionally. I'm not like, when you said Jiliu main was 69% of the damage, that would mean that the Rhythm ally was about 31, and then the Rhythm main deals 31, and the Jiliu was about 69 at I6. That's really what I was getting at. You can AFK Maze with Jiliu? I actually haven't tried Jiliu in Maze yet. You can throw down the dot and just stand around. Is it faster, though? Because it really only matters if she's faster than, like, Psyche. Because it's not really the amount of effort that I put into Maze that's the real issue. It's just more so the fact that I always have to maneuver around the map and stuff. It's not like I'm just being automatically teleported from stage to stage like theater would be. Yep. I thought they might move away from gacha mechanics with the new whale bait mount. It's hard to predict what they're going to do in the future. Yeah, definitely is. I really do hope that they move away more from the gacha stuff. I'm planning on putting out a whole video on it as some feedback. Of course, I do know that it isn't really a decision that the developers themselves can really make as a whole, in terms of like how the monetization of this game goes. So really the only thing that matters is how much money they make from the whale bait stuff compared to the other items in the game. That's really it. Though, ultimately my opinion is that if the whale bait allows me to keep playing this game for, like, for free, getting all the characters for free, and grinding out all the stuff infinitely, then that's just the lumps that I'd be willing to take. Any more glimmer replies? No, no more glimmer replies. Oh, good. Have I done any testing with the new ranged weapon resolve wedge? Yes, I have. And I'm planning on putting out a video on that, I think tomorrow. There's just like a little bit more stat crunching that I've got to do, as well as just some more like playstyle refinement that I gotta work out with it. I just want to kind of see if I can actually make Nightfall work with the Lumino Resolve. Because right now, she's really scuffed with it. Just saw Super Sick Jiliu school outfit from CN. Oh, sweet. Did you post it in the server? I'd like to take a look at that. Let's see. Started deleting bosses on Maze for sure. Don't know the exact build and lamp hooks needed for that. Well, yeah, I mean, that's just the thing. Any single character can really delete a boss if they have good enough artifacts and lamp wicks. The real deal is just how consistent they are with it, and also how high of a difficulty they can run. Because Psyche's pretty hella consistent. Most consistent from what I've seen so far. Yeah. It's annoying Dot every stage and she's slower than Lyn. Ah, yeah, I kind of figured. Some with Rhythm, I don't have a faster run at the same spot. It took 15 minutes more because of the constant Dragon Pit and constant 104% skill damage boost. You outdamage Rhythm by a lot. Well, yeah, but it's not like Rhythm's really a great maze runner in the first place. I tried her multiple times and Rhythm just couldn't deal with the bosses at the end. At least not without a stacked Lampwick build. And if you need a stacked Lampwick and artifact builds, then I don't think you're doing that well. I'm gonna be honest. As a character. Hey, Vice Corp. How's it going with you? A bring back character gacha. Truk? Truk? I ironically saw a bunch of people asking to bring back gotcha since the... Ain't no way! Ain't no way! Who? Who? Don't tell me it was on the Reddit. I've been using Blaze Resolve on my iPhone with 3+9 Blaze Resolves and +8 Prime Resolve. Been working amazingly. Okay. I just tried it myself, and it did not really seem to be working out at all. I was not keeping above, or keeping below, like, the 40% HP threshold, which is what you really need to do. No, it's not about maze, it's about exploration. Okay. Alright, I see. Oh crap, I took the early shop when I shouldn't have. Agent Fighters, do you have a Twitch? I'm not sure. I might. I thought your title said twerking? No, I don't do that. My ass remains in this chair. At least, unless I'm moving around elsewhere. I tried Rhythm for 2 hours straight. She had 0 issues, but started working a lot by the next time we tried. Talking about when it came to, like, the running out of sanity and stuff? Because it could just be a deal where you need to get a little bit more investment into her, but it also could be a deal where Fushu isn't keeping as much uptime on her sanity regen as she could. Nope. Thank you for putting that. I forgot to do that earlier. Resolve's been working pretty good on Lisbel as well. Got to 286 million on a single Blanc theater. Oh yeah, Resolve Lisbel is working splendid. Honestly, I feel like out of all the Lumino characters, Lisbel's functioning the best with Resolve right now. At least so long as she doesn't get swatted. Like squished. But when we get the Winspos, that'll not be an issue anymore. Sometimes I wonder if they should just put 30 thoughts for featured repertoire and put all remaining letters in Immortal as usual. I mean, that'd be one way to do it. But at the very least, remove all the people who are complaining about, like, oh, I did 20 letters and I got 28 thoughts. This game is rigged. So-called free-to-play. And yeah, part of me just wants to tell them that even if that were the case, that they were locked out at 28 out of 30, it would just be literally $5 for them to get more than enough shards to finish the rest. Which is still so much less than any gacha game. Hell, most other character games like that. Enjoying I2G Liu and Maze right now. Can't wait to try I6. Yeah. She'll probably be pretty good. Though, I don't think she'll be one of the best maze runners. Well, at least compared to the top ones like Psyche, Lin, and Nightfall right now. You tried with Kejo, he keeps dying. Well, I actually had an easier time keeping alive with Kejo than I did with Lizbel at level cap. But one other thing about that is that Kejo already gets some damage resistance in his kit at I4. Of course, mine was only I3, so that wasn't even really a factor, but it will be once you do get it. Chat, watch that so I don't get fired. It's okay, I could never fire you. Hey, we got player 2! They should give me 210 Sheila, your thoughts in 65 runs? True. They should. Hello, just joined the stream. Is Sheila, you any good in Mystic Maze? I haven't tried her out myself. Looking at her kit, she seems like she'll probably be good. Though, I don't imagine she's going to be a top option. So, if you're already running with Nightfall, Psyche, and Lin, I don't think it would be really that worth it to change to Ji Liu, unless you just want to do it for fun. Alright. So, TBH, I do think some people feel disheartened coming in for 20 letters, which are easy to get, but also easy to get shafted. Since from a monetization standpoint, the gacha banner skin only makes sense if you have the character. So, they really should just give them I0 free and anything else through letters. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. It would be just one of those, like, easy ways for them to just get a W, which it won't really change much, just kind of like balance out the luck a little bit more. Though I do think it would probably, or it might, potentially might reduce the amount of I2s that we see floating around. That would be like my main worry with it. Clears every time, just not very fast. Well, I mean, you could say that about just any character, really. Alright, Lampwick, Artifact, broke. Because I just started. Alright. I've got some blank tea in front of me that I'm just waiting to cool down. I think it's getting close. My top option is Filbert Haywood, been clearing 300 consistently. I mean, are you clearing 300, like, fast, though? Because I'd say it's really only worth it to clear 300, or to do 300s, if you are doing it at, like, a comparable amount of time to what you do on like a 270 or a 240. Because if you're taking like 50% longer just because of a 300 run, it's not worth it for just the like 1,000 extra. Use Margie for your level 50 maze runs? Dude, she must destroy it all so well. Alright, 9, 4, 2. Melee attack. Yuck. Around 7 minutes? Okay. I feel like 7 minutes is probably around... I'm not sure. Running 240, didn't even know that higher is viable. I'd say if you main lane, it's probably best to keep it 240. Though, if you do know, like, a lot about what you're doing, like, when it comes to picking the lamp wicks as well as the artifacts, you can run higher with Lyn. Though, I would definitely not recommend doing it 300% with Lyn. Like, you may enjoy your pog. Yeah. She's just consistent. That's really it. At least at 270, she's pretty darn consistent. 300%, I was having some issues a lot. I'd say it was probably about like half runs where I wound up running out of sanity and HP against the boss. Yeah. He's definitely better than Nightfall, I'd say. Probably best overall at the higher ranges of 270 to 300. Though, I'd say Lyn's definitely better at, like, the 240%. Oh yeah, the iFix is pretty substantial. Love how I2G Leo works visually. Hope they do more. Oh yeah. They've really been stepping up the animation game. I just got like a bunch of screenshots from her idle animation, and I'm gonna be able to make such good use of those. Luna Loot? Where is she? I don't see her. Did she, like, disappear instantly? I didn't know she could do that. What? No, we wait for the Cadilla Booba swords? I don't think she's gonna do that. Knife will like resolve now? Still Scorch? I'd say probably still Scorch, at least right now. I haven't really figured out a way to make her work all that great in most scenarios. Using resolve. She's really clunky with it. Two, the supports that you'd run on her do not work well for it. Alright. What's the best character for Mystic Maze? I'd say an Isaac Psyche. Second up would probably be Lyn. And third up, I'd say Nightfall. Oh, what's this? Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. I see your screenshot. Hello, pirates. Staying for a bit before you head to bed for school and for work. Well, nice of you to stop by, Juan. Julie Maze is AFK Maze? Well, I mean, you can AFK for the whole wave, yeah. But you still have to enter each room. Alright, let's see. Impact threshold. Yeah, I want those. Fervor is also going to be pretty important to get. And I don't think Respite's going to be all that necessary, all things considered. The thing is, you can very easily replace the attack percent wedge on Lisbel. The only issue is that there's not really another wedge available that works well for Lisbel. Though, that, normal attack damage? Maybe? Maybe? I'm not too sure. These both require impetus, that means I need 4. Which, I suppose I'd get 4 if I had the additional 4 per month that they're supposed to give me, but I don't. At least not yet. And where's Ji Liu on the top? In terms of, like, maze? Also, no, I'm not doing 300%, I'm doing 270. Combat. In terms of, like, maze running characters, I'd say Ji Liu is probably, like, upper middle? Like, definitely one of the better characters to bring, but in terms of, like, speed and overall effectiveness, not as good as the top units. Probably around a similar level as Truffle and Filbert and Kesho. Which inspo better for Ji Liu, Morale or Volition? Depends on your supports. Because if you're running an Electro support, then you'd run Volition because the Electro support's running Morale, and otherwise you run a Morale because it's going to scale better. Gotta buy them all? Exactly. Yes, you can say something important. What's up? When you ever normal attack with Lisbel, you get infinite S combo? Well, yeah. I mean, you can normal attack when you're doing, like, ad clear and stuff. But, honestly, with the new range wedges and, reversal, you're gonna be utilizing the ratchet even in ad clear scenarios for the additional damage, so even that, like, I'm not too sure. $55 burgers, 55 fries, 55 tacos, 55 pies, 55 goats, 100 tater tots, 100 pizzas, 100 tenders, 100 meatballs, 100 coffees, 55 wheats, 55 shakes, 55 pancakes, 55 pastas, 55 peppers, and 155 taters. Splendid. I love that clip so much. It's so funny. Do you think the shop is worth to farm? I'm doing Mystic Maze for coins and only made RC Demon Wedges. Yes, I think the shop is worth it to farm. MC Wedges I feel is only useful for Lisbel, since I'm using Lady Nightfall instead. I do not think Lisbel is useful as a support. Well, definitely not as a support. Lisbel is definitely a character that you'd want to run as a main damage dealer. But it does ultimately just come down to the characters that you are using, as well as how sweaty you want to be in the game. Because, like me, I want to be really competitive in a lot of stuff, and as such, I'm going to make sure that I max out on as much as I possibly can. And that means farming up a bunch of useless wedges, or at least useless for right now, just in case they become useful later. So no nuggets? Well, not from the clip, but if I was doing something like that, I would definitely add nuggets to the order. DBH I have in Maze all on max, but it didn't enable anti-QOL stuff. Like the anti-stuff for, like the random choices and stuff. Because the random choices are the easiest way to get, like, extra score. We need a KFC and Ice Lake. Yo, KFC collab for Duet Night Abyss when? We gotta save the game. You gotta pay for it. Just do this! You make so much more money than me! Just the Liu clears with Crystal Boss and 2 dragon memes? Oh. Damn! Membot Isaac Psyche just rank and summit. By the way, what rank did I get? I wound up getting rank 16 because I just didn't play enough. That's really the main deal. I definitely could have gotten like a top 10 if I played more. Especially if I invested a bit more into my characters. But another part was that I prioritized Trirank 65 instead of building up my units and supports more with their introns and weapons. So that's another reason for my less than adequate run and performance. Well, I say less than adequate as if being within the top 25, or, well, being top 16 on the leaderboard isn't still pretty good. But that's just me. I want to be top of the top. Tippity top. Bought a new character skin and mount? No. I've not bought a new character skin and mount yet. He'll be rank 1 in my heart. Aw, thanks. WTF HSROC? No, this is not HSROC. This is Punching Ray Raven. I have not listened to a single HSR song, I'm gonna be completely honest. ZZZ either. Because I just haven't played those games. And even then, I really only know a lot of Punching Ray Raven stuff because I listened to a bunch of it in, what's it called, like, montages. Who do you think will be used in the next summit? Liu or Rhythm? Liu, I'd say, if I had to put money on it, I'd say Liu, but I so want it to be Rhythm. I want it to be Rhythm so badly. And I will do my very best to try and make Rhythm work. I have not tried it. I mean, I tried it once. And I got through, like, the tutorial. I was like, yeah, this game just ain't it for me. And honestly, these Glimmerfly, Lampwicks are kind of going... Well, actually, I did have Penitence Night as well. It might be worth it for me to bump to 300. Oh yeah, Legendary Summit's gonna be hella competitive. No, it's quite RNG based, just your pings to the server could change your score. Yeah, most of the top rankers played enough to get that one best RNG to get a really good score and play during low server load times. Yeah. I had a lot of IRL stuff and family stuff going on that week, so I did not wind up playing nearly as much as I really ought to have. Not a fan of turn-based games, but addicted to Pokemon. Oh, I love turn-based games. But the problem is, to me, they have to be, like, good turn-based games. They gotta have, like, some real fun strategy to it. And I just didn't really get that from HSR, from what I played and what I saw. Especially because it's like gacha. I don't really think that... To me, gacha and turn-based doesn't really work out all that well. Because it's not really a situation where devs can really account for players just messing up. And as such, there can just be some, like, built-in power variance based on how well you play. So it kind of naturally leads to significantly more power creep than it would otherwise. At least that's the impression that I get. Like turn-based games, finish Final Fantasy 1 to 13. Honestly, like, some of the most fun turn-based games to me, I mean, Golden Sun, hella fun turn-based, especially if you get, like, the reloaded ROM hack. 100% recommend the reloaded ROM hack if you already played Golden Sun and had a good time with it. I mean, hell, even if you haven't played Golden Sun, but are just a fan of turn-based RPGs in general, so fun. Damn, you get 8k threads from a run? Yep, and I'm about to turn up the difficulty to max, because I feel like it's probably gonna, or I'm gonna deal enough damage to handle it. So I'm gonna be getting like 9.5k. I probably missed responses. To me, was Minutes Behind YT? Yeah, it's not HSRST, it was, what's it called? PGR. Punching Raven. Yeah, YT is pretty weird with delays. They really need to tune up their streaming architecture. And that's exactly what happened to HSR. Power creep up the I see. Golden Sun is the GOAT. You missed the Jin system like crazy. Yeah, dude. It's so fun. Just having, like, those loops. And between all the different unleash effects and then turning those into summons as well later, it was so fun to strategize. Which is why I really love the reloaded ROM hack so much, because it really does, like, force you to interact with the game mechanics in significantly more interesting ways, because it does rebalance a lot of the classes and synergies, making a lot of them more viable, while also removing cheese strategies like summon spamming. Honestly, I am, like, my game design principles have been so inspired by Golden Sun. What type of game do you wish they'd add for an event, like turn-based platformer cards, etc.? I would like some... honestly, stuff like the Avian Trials. More things like that, honestly. The Avian Trials event was, like, mad good. If I'm being completely honest. That was, like, hella fun. If they ever had a Vampire Survivor event here, you'll never see me get out of it. Dude, I'm gonna be honest, I'm so tired of Vampire Survivors. I didn't really find it that interesting in the first place. And it just became essentially like the new like deck builder roguelike to me. Where it's like, that's every single indie game coming out now. It's just another Vampire Survivors clone. Yeah, I mean, I get that it's an easy concept to go through, but that doesn't make it any better in my eyes. I mean, when I heard that the Starlight, or not Starlight River, Stars Above mod makers, you know, for Terraria were making their own game, I was pretty stoked for it. And they're like, it's a Vampire Survivors clone. I'm like, fuck! Ugh. So many roguelikes that people have roguelike fatigue. The thing is, people just have fatigue over uninspired roguelikes. Because what makes a lot of the best roguelikes so good are the depths of the systems and the just, like, replayable aspects of it. If you have a roguelike like this one, where it's literally just, like, stages that have no real bearing on what you do or like how you progress through it. And there's not really any player input beyond just like pick the best option for the most damage. This is a bad roguelike. But you get one where, I mean, a lot of the fun for roguelikes for me is making use of items that wouldn't normally be good. Or have, like, really good niches. Like, for instance, Enter the Gungeon. Great example of that. The chamber gun from that game. Normally, not really that great of a gun. I mean, it'll probably be around average or, like, above average in most scenarios. But, once you get to, like, bullet hell, the chamber gun suddenly becomes, like, one of the best weapons in the entire game. And the other synergies that are available, the synergy system is just honestly brilliant. And one of the main things that just keeps me coming back. Because there are so many weapons, and guns and items in the game that are usually just pretty unremarkable, and then you just get, like, one synergy or one combo that just turns it into the craziest thing ever. Like, there was this one thing where it was, I think it was, like, table tech, bullets, and I think the bloody eye, and those two together made it so that whenever you flipped a table, it would stop time for a few seconds. Just straight up full time freeze. And then I also got the portable table, which is normally just like a pretty garbage tier item all around. But that just turned me into like literally Dio for the entire run. And that happened like 2 years ago. I'm still riding off that high. Like Ethereal Result starts turn-based PvP gacha. It's skill-based, even free-to-play. If skilled enough, can get to top 200. Okay. Well, glad you're having a good time with it. Personally, I don't know. It's gonna take a lot for me to get into a gacha. Top deck rhythm and auto win with the card minigame in Duet Night Abyss. You quit HSR before Evernight patch. You tried some endgame mode once though? Okay. And some of the executions were very bad. Yeah, I 100% agree. Binding of Isaac is goated, just pure synergies. Yeah, I haven't played Binding of Isaac yet, but I hear that well, I mean, it is like the roguelike. Just like one of the, I mean, I don't know if, well, it definitely wasn't the start of the genre, because like Rogue is the start of the whole genre. That's some really good black tea. But it's definitely what really refines the genre into what we now know of it as today. Ah. 20 minutes till dawn, it's a good survivor's like? Okay. I mean, the thing is, I was never really a huge fan of the Vampire Survivors gameplay loop in the first place. I say that while having, like, I don't know, how many hours do I have in, Hollow... Oh, where is it? Yeah, Hollow Kier. I've got, like, 44 hours in Hollow Kier. Was on my way to 100%ing it. It is kind of funny because
sometimes I am just kind of a tsundere when it comes to certain game genres. But it is more so just that I'm not a fan of the stuff that just feels uninspired. Like, they're just doing it because it's what they could do rather than something that they are pushing themselves to do. Is Fox Summon coming before? After, you mean after? Roguelikes in general are definitely one of my favorite genres. But it is definitely way hella oversaturated. That also reminds me of when Nintendo was going through their, like, roguelike phase when it comes to a bunch of their DLCs. Yeah, that was definitely not fun. What up? Not much. What's up with you, Daza? There will be a Warhammer Survivors like with both 40k and fantasy franchise together in one? That's crazy. I will not be playing. You wanna know what's a roguelike that I feel like is not really been topped? Or at least, like, really adapted into some other, like, new form. Because Binding of Isaac, obviously, really got adapted further in some other roguelike games. And then, you know, that style obviously was a big influence on Nuclear Throne and then subsequently Enter the Gungeon. But I have not really seen a proper expansion of the idea for a game like FTL. And part of that's definitely just because FTL is just so darn good. The evil company Nintendo? Yep. Did the shop reset? Not yet, but I'm preparing for it. If they had power watching to it not to, you'll see the whole town clean for me. That is kind of something funny with the nonsense, that they can, like, literally just put whatever they want in there. And it'll just fit. And I really, really mess with that when it comes to the game. Like, they can just straight up add an entire Power Wash simulator as just another thing you could do in Ananta, and it would not be immersion breaking, or it'd just be like, oh yeah, of course you can do that. Like, why wouldn't you be able to Power Wash simulator in Ananta? I feel like there isn't really a lot of appreciation for, like, a good kitchen sink game. Really hope Ananta's good, man, and launches in a good state. Yeah, dude. I'd need Ananta to be, like, an 8 out of 10 on launch. And then remain an 8 out of 10 or become a 9 out of 10. Ever heard of TOME? No, I have not heard of... Well, actually, what's its full name? I might have heard of its full name. Got back from cinemas, and now time to start DNA, auto grind, plus gotcha duties for an hour and a half. Sweet. Well, good luck with those. In NTE, if you go to prison, you'll have 2 power watches at shore. Oh.
That's silly. Alright. Let's have him do his thing. I'm at level 56, which character should I build for clearing endgame? Rhythm. Build Rhythm. Rhythm will be the best farmer and the best character for clearing theater as of right now, and probably for the next update. Tales of Maj'Isle IRC. Yeah, I've not played that or heard of it. Okay. Well, it does look like the 300% I might not be having enough resources to deal with. Yeah. I think it's probably just going to be better for me to run 270 still. Yeah, and Nonsense really just tries to be... it seems like it's trying to be every single game in one. Yeah. And that's like one of the big appeals to me. Like, it's just a kitchen sink game. And I really mess with that. Thoughts on Zelda games? One of my favorite franchises. Though, I don't really fuck with Breath of the Wild. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't played it yet, but I just don't really fuck with it. Really much more of a fan of the more traditional style of Zeldas. With the dungeons. Favorite one out of the 2Ds is definitely Link Between Worlds. That game is phenomenal. Favorite one out of the 3Ds, Twilight Princess. I don't think those two games have really been topped. You can re-enter the maze to reset the resolve buff before the boss. Well, yeah, but that's gonna waste more time. Like, why would I do that? Like, yes, let me just add another, I don't know, 25 seconds to my run when, you know, I could just keep playing. Because the whole point of farming is that we're supposed to lower the amount of time it takes for each run as much as possible so that we can get the majority of the rewards. Like, I don't really feel like adding upwards of 20 to 50 seconds on average per run is really going to be worth like 500 more threads on average. Well, imagine doing Cookie Mama and Ananta. Yeah. Again, it's literally just a game where we could be doing freaking anything, and it'll just be like, yeah, of course, why wouldn't you be able to do that? Like, we could have a whole freaking Metal Gear Rising battle segment where we take some, like, giant sword and cut a kaiju in half, and just like, yeah, of course that's happening. Like, of course Taffy can do that. Why wouldn't she be able to do that? How many runs do you take, bro? Well, we're gonna find that out. Didn't Breath of the Wild steal from Genshin? SOH my head. True. This whole cell shading style as well. Has the best character to clear maze. I'm assuming you're asking who is. I'm gonna take Isaac Psyche, but if not Isaac Psyche, then Link. The nice thing about this phase is I can build up both Rhythm and Shiryu at the same time. Yeah. And you're gonna have an excellent team for both endgame as well as theater. Well, I say endgame and theater as if they're both not endgame, as if theater's not endgame. 1 hour yap break. True. Gotta drink some more water. I should take another swig. Splendid. All right. Yeah,
I just realized I didn't really finish talking about FTL because I don't know how many of you have played FTL. From what I can, from what I think, it is probably like a pretty niche game, and a big deal about that is the difficulty of it. It is a very like deep game, and a lot of it is just building up that knowledge base. I mean, before I talk about it any further, any FTL fans in chat already that would kind of know what I'm talking about? I'm getting water sips with the bag. Sweet. Oh, 2 water sips? Yep. Easy. Oh, we got a glort. Big fan of glort. Alright. Oh, since there aren't really any people in chat piping up about FTL, I'm gonna probably take that as not really anybody here's played FTL or is a big fan of it. Though, honestly, I feel like FTL is one of those games where you've played for like either 2 hours and hate it, or you've played for like 100 plus and it's like your favorite game ever. There's like no in between. And the big deal with that is definitely because it's got a steep learning curve. And what I mean by like a steep learning curve is that it's just going to be like, you're going to be going through the game and it's going to feel like this, like you're making 0 progress, and all of a sudden it's just going to click and you're like, what? It's like a whole deal in the FTL community where you will literally hate the game for the first 20 hours. And then after that point, it's going to be like the best thing ever. And you'll see like so many reviews of that. It's just like, bro, I hated this game, and then it clicked. It was like, fuck, it's genius. Looks like I have 2.9 hours of playtime in 2015, so I guess you know which type I am. Yeah. Oh, you're 88 thoughts with 3 letters left. Wish me luck. Alright, I bet you're getting that 2 drop. You're getting that I3, my guy. I believe in you, Ragnarok. What's FTL? FTL Faster Than Light. It's a roguelike. Definitely one of the classic ones. And still holds up extremely well to this day. It's actually like one of the poster child indie games. I think it was one of, if not the first, like, real breakout Kickstarter game. So, a lot of history attached to it. And it definitely deserves that kind of recognition. It's definitely a game that I would not mind playing on stream if there's like a downtime or something that I have to deal with. Either that or in a VC to show it off to y'all. Increases Glimmerfly's damage shell. Oh, hell yeah. Defensive annoying. And I'll increase the skill range, why not? Downloading this game right now? Huge! I wonder if the new Castlevania will be roguelike as well? I mean, they could cook with it if it's a roguelike. I don't need them to turn a Metroidvania into a roguelike, though. I mean, I say Metroidvania is... Castlevania isn't part of the whole name scheme of that. Yeah. If it was this effortless that I was AFK till 150, then got bored.
Oh, this immersive theater. Yeah. I'm genuinely considering just AFKing like 100 or so floors in immersive theater just so that I stock up and pre-farm a bunch of mementos. Okay, got it. Results for I2, not I3. Ah, okay. Was about to get cooked into I1. Ooh. Yeah, that would have been bad. Since that Ashes of Creation was a failure, it would be hard to trust Kickstarters again. I mean, Kickstarters were always like pretty spotty on whether or not they were like huge successes or not. If we're being completely honest, there are definitely a lot more Ashes of Creation than there are Hollow Knights and FTLs when it comes to Kickstarters. Which is unfortunate to say. But that's really just how things are in general. There will always be more people, like more failures to look at than there are like runaway successes. One of my favorites of all time, RimWorld with a Kickstarter. Oh, yeah, I guess that would be another one to put alongside those two. Is it bug that tolerance cap isn't showing when crafting the Volition Demon Wedge? Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I remember that being a thing earlier, like with the Animo ones as well. To the point where people thought the Animo wedges were gonna be like or the Animo centerpieces were gonna be interesting because from the start it didn't look like they increased tolerance at all until people figured out, oh, it's a visual bug. Yeah. One thing that I definitely want to do with FTL, though, is I really want to do all achievements on hard difficulty. I haven't done that yet. I got all achievements on normal, but not hard yet. I also don't think I've unlocked all ships either. There's still a couple variants that I haven't done. At least I'm pretty sure I haven't. Because I think it has to do with, like, one or two that just have, like, an absolutely atrocious, loadout. I think it's, like, the advanced slug ship that I don't have yet. And, well, I mean, I don't think anybody here has played FTL, but the slug cruiser is terrible. It's so bad. Yeah, I'll get that one for the skill damage. And the skill duration will be nice as well. Actually, I don't think it's even gonna affect that much. Yep. Somehow your YT stream is like 10 seconds behind Twitch? That's just YT. It has stream delay, it's unfortunate. It makes it a little bit more difficult to interact with YT chat. And there are oftentimes some people who don't really understand that and think that I'm just, like, heavily ignoring them on YT. Which is not my intention. Hello, Cloud RX99. Posting a dot. Alright. And do I have a crit? There we go. Why are you ignoring me for 10 seconds on YT? Oh no! I'm sorry! Forgive me! Are there any upcoming gacha games you're looking forward to? No, not really. I mean, if there would have been one, it would have been like Arknights Enfield, and that one didn't even really draw me in. I don't think any gacha game coming out is
gonna be enough of a draw for me to, like, go into it. Now that I've got, like, Ananta and Duet Night Abyss, as well as still having Wuthering Waves. The issue is that there's, like, too many good games out now that I'm not really sure if I'm willing to put up with gacha BS. No, Ananta's not out, but it's coming out soon. Gacha monetization's like an automatic -4 on the score for me? Yeah. I mean, thankfully, Wuthering Waves, they are generous enough with their like, pull income, as well as the, kind of, like, banners and stuff that they have, where, like, that's able to overcome that mostly for me. Especially just because, like, the standard game quality of it and presentation is just that good. And that's, like, the main issue for me, is that every single gacha game coming out beyond that has to compare to it. And not really one has beat it for me. In either fairness of the gacha or gameplay quality. No, the recent comments on the recent video? Oh, there's more? From what I saw, the first two comments were, like, pretty chill. Let's see. Alright. Let's hope my newest. Two Scorches plus 2 Volitions is better? No. I don't think even before, what's it called? Even before, like, Fushu came out, 2 Scorches, or 2 Volitions was not what you'd run on Nightfall at all. Wait, over gear? Wait, is that what somebody... Hold on, what? Crazy to expect everyone to have 9 to plus or 10 plus wedges in all elements and weapon wedges. This isn't a guide, it's just a flex. A guide should show the minimum investment required to do it. You're so overgeared, might as well just AFK everything. Okay. I mean, I did explain in the video that I'm clearing, like, well over the... What's it called? The required times that you could probably get it done with significantly less investment. But it's just... I've tried doing theater guides at low investment before. It just never... Like, people will never be happy with it. Yeah. And I just decided that I'm not gonna mess around with, like, low investment anymore. Because my low investment is gonna be somebody else's, like, Mount Olympus to climb. Because, like, I could literally just say, hey, use plus 7 wedges, and people are gonna go, that's too much! That's too much! It's not low investment! You're not using blue wedges! I have to play the game for more than 20 minutes in order to clear theater. This guy stinks. Yeah, OMG, a plus 10 duel. Yeah. As if plus 10 duel is not one of the easiest wedges and most splashable wedges to get in the entire game. I think it would be cool to see how plus 5 compares to plus 10. I mean, I could do a full comparison of it. Though, I would like to see, like, I'd like to get a full plus 10 build before I do that. Which requires the Typhons.
People call you a whale for having I6 and plus 10 gold wedges decked out in characters. I mean... got it all for free. I mean, not Psyche. I didn't get Psyche for free. But that's more due to my poor planning rather than any actual payment requirements. Just clear with full purples. People can't be crying about it for real, for real. The thing is that, like, there's always going to be some person crying about it. Because, like, they're going to then say, oh, you have an I6 character. That's unrealistic for a low investment. You have Smelt 5 weapons. I don't have a Smelt 5 weapon. And guess what? I clear stinks. I can't clear with... I can't get triple S rank with plus 9 wedges. Therefore, it must be impossible. Ugh. And it's not like I can de-intro on my characters either. Or, like, de-skill level my characters. Because that's just another thing. As well. Like, show floor her 12 full purples, that's all that matters? Well, I mean, like, I was like... Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I6 is mega easy to get, and so is plus 7s. That's also mega easy to get. You could get an I6 and plus 7s within like a single day. It's that simple. Especially with all of the new, like, grind upgrades. And all of the, like, crazy event rewards that we're getting now. But when I do, like, low investment clears of stuff, then it just attracts a crowd that just doesn't want to play the game, and I don't really want that at all. Because I already get enough of them already when I'm not trying to do low investment stuff. TrueBit 1.0, crazy shit was going on. Oh yeah, it was. I mean, it's like when I cleared Act 12 with an I6 Lin in 1.0 using all purple wedges. And you just had people freaking lose their minds. Like, it was before TR60 either. So it was a level 70 clearing Act 12. And people just like, I6 is so unrealistic. I know it gives me like 15 billion secret letter clues for free by literally just breathing in this game. But, like, I don't have an I6. It's so unrealistic. Yep. Press about weapons, but material is kind of time consuming. You can say, or said, or like you said, you can achieve it in one day. Yeah. No. Let's see. Did I have a? I think I had the. Yeah, Penitent Blank Gauntlets. Of course. That's one thing that's unfortunate about Psyche. You get that, and your counter is cooked. So now I just gotta wait for myself to die. Ugh. Yeah, generally speaking, running anything other than wedges is not even an issue anymore. Well, base grinding, I'd say, is a pain in the ass. But that is also for wedges, so... Alright. I almost had enough sanity to get it. Of course she's... Alright. Well, more time to read chat. Many players don't like to grind. Well, the thing is, like, if you want to grind so little that you can't even get yourself some, like, +7 wedge investment, this isn't the game for you. I'm just gonna be straight up. Yep. Your I6 Lin guide motivated me to farm my first I6, and it was very worth it to get Psyche. Oh yeah, hell worth it. I mean, Maze is also for wedges. Getting coins from Maze is easy. Well, yeah, it is pretty easy, but when you start needing like 20 million coins like me, it gets exhausting. Alright, take your sippies for more yappies. Sweet. Thank you. At the end of the day, there will always need people crying about something. That's just the way of life. Yep, exactly. Getting plus 10 in all my Rhythm Demon wedges? Sweet. I've already got mine plus 10. I6 equals whale talk does not work here. Yep, exactly. Gotta find it amusing because min-maxing artifacts or whatever is just as bad, if not worse. Some people spent months just to get the piece. Exactly. But the thing is, they don't think about it like that, because when they're trying to max out their wedges, they're trying to do it all in like 1 week. And they're just thinking like, oh, this takes so long. But when they are like time gated by stamina, they think like, oh, I'm just spending like an hour every single day to like farm these and stuff. And they just don't think about it. Because they've literally just been Pavloved. Or, no, I don't think Pavlov is Skinner boxed. That's what they've been. They've been Skinner boxed. Yeah, I can farm Maze other than with Lynn now. Yeah, she's so fun to play Maze with, and definitely one of the more consistent ones. Oh, Volm's got all the blueprints. And beyond that, it's getting these blueprints and gold. Ugh. I farmed both the shop and farm 30 million gold this week for Maze. Yeah. Maze is annoying. I'm gonna farm so much gold this next time for the event. Yep. I want to get like 100 million gold from Summit. Yeah, 200 million coins. Screw it. I gotta get like 500 million coins. Gotta become richer than Geely. Yeah. Yeah, once it's done, but RNG piece in some gacha games, you have to grind a whole new set again for each character. Yup! Exactly. And doubly, it's not like those new sets oftentimes are actually useful on the older characters either. Because I can confidently say that just about every single Demon Wedge update that they've released thus far has also buffed other characters in the game from prior. At least so long as they can actually equip and make use of the wedges. And it is also a deal of just like, once you get it to plus 10, it's just done. There's no like there's no low rolls, there's no oh, it's a 4 out of 5. You're all the way there. And I can really appreciate that. The thing is, I feel that it's fine if we've got like a 4 out of 5 system or like a 5 out of 5 system where you're going for the slots, but having stat variance on top of that really like puts it over the top for me. I kind of feel like it should be a one or the other deal. Like, either have stat variance or you've got like slot variance. Because low-key grinding for god rolls in Destiny is pretty fun. Need more gold coins for my reforging gacha pulls. I still have hardly touched the reforging system. I know it probably would be really good for me to dump like 900 of the 1,000 blue wedges that I have of just that like one thing. It just costs money. That's the big issue. But it would be pretty nice to get the last ranged attack percent wedges that I need without having to do the level 30 defense. That would be pretty cool. Yep. And this game is great for people that like to play with many characters. I can use the same plus 10 wedges in other Electric, Umbro, and Lumino. Exactly. Because it's not just a, once you're done with, like, grinding the character. No, you're done with grinding the entire element, essentially. Because even if the other characters use other Covenanters from that set, congratulations, you've ground out every single Covenanter. You do not have to farm an additional, like, different +4 set after you farmed out the whole element. Well, not +4, 4 +10s. I believe I left that guy alive. At the end, it has no gear on G farm. Once you get rank 10 wedges, then you're done. Exactly. Ugh. And over time, we're just gonna get more and more wedges that will increase build diversity, as well as more powerful options to grind for in the future. This is gonna be so nice. So nice to be away from both gacha monetization and RNG gear progression. Yes. Ugh. It's been liberating, honestly. Is there even room to equip those STK with STK? What? Oh, the range attack wedges? No. But I would like to have them +10 just to have them +10. And, you know, maybe in the future there will be a use for them. Just not right now. We need new artifacts for Maze. Can't wait for a new update. We just need like a whole overhaul to it, because this whole just going room to room teal, it's just not fun to me. There needs to be a lot more flow. Like, one of the things that I can really appreciate about a game like Enter the Gungeon is that it's so easy just to see, like, all the information that you need in any given room. And that is really important for a roguelike, because that means you're playing the game more than you are, like, menuing or reading. And similar deal with something like Risk of Rain. Like, as soon as you know the items and stuff, you just, like, see them and then you pick them up. There's no extra menu you have to click through or selection option. Everything is just, like, shown to you. It's just like, okay, bump, bump. Alright, back to the game. And stamina for it, dude, I am... Honestly, the stamina is the thing that bugs me more than, what's it called? Than the gacha. Like, the actual gacha. I find less egregious than stamina nowadays. Part of that is just because of Destiny Rising. Because that game, the stamina was the thing that freaking killed it for me. I could handle the freaking, like, gacha bullshit, but just the stamina system in that game was so garbage and so limiting that it killed, like, any motivation to keep playing. And then they just kept making bad decisions. It was, like, literally the opposite of how things have been going with Duet Night Abyss, where every single update, I can confidently say that it feels like they've made measured efforts to improve the game as a whole, and, like, just earnestly listening to player feedback. Meanwhile, Destiny Rising, they would just make absolute bait changes. They would say one thing in the patch notes, and then you get into the actual game and you're like, oh, well, that was really misleading. Or it would be some kind of, like, event description or showcase. And I'd be like, oh, that's how it actually works. Oh, okay, I guess I gotta go fuck myself. It'd be like the whole deal with recently when Duet Night Abyss, like, lowered the timer of the, what's it called? The auto farm deal. What it would have been like in Destiny Rising, it'd be like, okay, we optimized the timer for auto farming. It should be improved now. And people would be like, oh, yes, awesome, devs listen, like, timer has been fixed and stuff. And then they go into game and they'd put like a gold laurel around the timer and have like a little beeping noise. They're like, doot, 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 okay, done now. Like, ding. It's genuinely how it would feel. Drink some water, bro. Your voice seems to be cracking. Okay. Thank you. Got baited by the element selector for theater patch notes. A bit, yeah. But there was enough ambiguity in there to where I could say it's like not entirely bait. It was just poor communication, most of all. It's not like a whole deal with Destiny Rising where they said, oh yeah, so I don't know how many of you guys were playing it, but early on, there was a huge shortage of this material called elemental fruits. And people were like really needing some extra sources for it. And what they did was like, okay, we added elemental fruits to the pack shop. And the pack shop was a shop in the game where it was like entirely free-to-play currency. You could get it all without like really grinding. It was largely passive, so it sounded like a really good change. And one of the other things about the pack shop is that all of the resources found in there would replenish on a weekly or monthly basis. So when we saw that, it was like, oh, we're getting a new regular source for these elemental fruits, which is something that we really needed. But they decided to make the elemental fruit purchases in the pack shop the only item in the entire pack shop to never reset, to never replenish, for some, like, reason that I could not possibly comprehend. It's like they were allergic to having easy wins. Which is something that I just simply cannot fathom. Yeah, I hate not being able to farm XP to use my character on Enfield, so annoying. Yeah. It's just one of those things where it's like, once I have, like, finally had a game in this style, that I can do all this stuff without just, like, the extra BS. It's like, okay, why am I putting up with this in other games now? I know I put up with it in Wuthering Waves, and it is mostly just because it's something that you don't really get walled on by that much, especially if you get stuff like the Battle Pass. Because genuinely, if you're a Battle Pass player in Wuthering Waves, and you just play regularly, you have literally negative resource concerns at all. I probably have, like, 10 characters worth of stamina and, like, resource selector boxes just sitting in my inventory in that game. So it's not even like a whole thing that, like, oh, Wuthering Waves is so good that I'm not bothered by the stamina. It's just that they have made stamina concerns so minimal for me that it's just a non-factor of why, like, my playtime in it. Psyche Mace? Yes, indeed. Generally wondering what element the Yuming Theater will be. They might do, like, Fina and just throw Umbro in, cuz. I think it's gonna be Electro again. Cuz Fina was a support for weapon characters. And at that time in the game, the only two weapon characters were, like, well, I mean, I guess there was, like, Constance weapon characters too, but it was essentially for Fina to buff Berenica. That was the reason why Umbro was there. Because there wasn't really a Lumino weapon character in the game at that state. But since Yuming is not only going to deal a pretty freaking good amount of damage himself, I mean, heck, he might even do more than Ji Liu, but he's also going to be buffing exclusively Electro characters, so I couldn't really see that actually being a factor at all in their decision. Okay, morale, no, not really. Yep, defense ignore. Yep. I mean, Electro's duh, but what other than Electro? True. They could really do anything. I mean, it could be another Lumino. Well, I don't think they'd do, like, 2 Electro Lumino theaters in a row. I mean, it's been a while since Pyro has been in rotation, so low-key they might do Pyro. But Umbro also has been gone for almost as long. Oh, okay. Well, I might have even been able to defeat him if I knew he wasn't going to be going into his ult. Alright. Exploration and everything right now? Oh, huge. Oh. Unfortunately for me, I'm stuck in maze. Lizville found dead in a ditch? No, Lizville's still doing pretty darn good for herself, all things considered. In fact, I think Lizville is one of the characters that got buffed the most this recent update. If it's Lumino Electro again, it'll be more Brand on Reddit. Well, no, because Reddit really only has a paid phoner for Animo, I'm gonna be honest. Like, it could be Lumino for 4 theaters in a row and people aren't gonna have an issue with it. I genuinely believe that. It is just the whole fact that, like, people just didn't care for Psyche. And also didn't want to build Outsider. But it's more so that they just had a disdain for Psyche. Definitely could be Pyro and Thingy. Yeah. I could see it being Pyro. Especially because they just recently put Hellfire in the shop. So, very well could be the case. Could be Animo for every theater until the end of time, and I'd be happy to use Psyche for it. Yeah. I don't get why so many people like Nightfall. I mean, she's hot. And she's also just a character that is very, very front-loaded in terms of her, like, whole damage and effectiveness. So Nightfall's just, like, one of those characters where you don't really have to do a whole lot in order to get her online. So she's just kind of easy. And was also available at the start of the game. As one of, like, the top units to grind out. Lyn required a bit more, like, thinking to make work. And a bit more build crafting, which is probably why she didn't pick up as much. But having Pyro in the theater at first was a pretty good deal to give her some extra relevance. But Nightfall was just easy. That's really it. And Nightfall players will jump to Camille next, I'm pretty sure. We'll see. Hot, that's subjective as fuck. I don't think Nightfall looks good at all, Lamau. Okay, well, I mean, she's an adult woman with big breasts. That's... There is a big market for that. Yep. She's also front-loaded somewhere else, true. She'll be throwing her steak knives for sure. She does use knives quite a bit in the combat scenes. Pyro Edge is also just kind of sucked now. Yeah. I'd say that I still would have preferred to have Pyro Wedges over Lumino before, but with the new Resolve stuff active, yeah, Pyro Wedges are the worst in the game now.
Like, especially when you take into account that Wings Inspo is just going to be a thing for every single element, which just makes Blaze Inspos even more irrelevant. Which essentially just means that you've only got one actual wedge for the majority of the units, and that's just Blaze Eternity. And I think, like, almost every single Pyro character in the game, except for Lyn, doesn't even really want Eternity. Maybe Hellfire as well, but Hellfire also wants, like, HP percent? It's just so scuffed. And the only real reason why Lyn works so well is just because her kit is just that juiced at base. So she's able to really overcome the fact that her wedges are weak just because she has an extremely strong kit at base, which is also one reason why she is so good at clearing Mystic Maze, is just because she isn't really that wedge dependent. I think the way Lumino characters struggle to stay low HP with Decay requires us to consider whether we even want healers in a Lumino party. Well, the thing is, you can keep, like, the healing from healers low enough to where it's not going to be a factor. Like, you can tank Truffle's healing on those teams just so long as it's not paired with Fushu, which unfortunately does make it a big struggle to try and do Resolve on Nightfall, which is kind of making me think that in practice, Resolve Nightfall isn't going to be good. Yep. Fire Wedges... Wait, not as much... No, Umbro Wedges don't suck. You've got Scorch and you've got Blaze Morale. I mean, hell, even Blaze Morale would be... Like, Blaze Morale alone clears the entirety of Pyro. Except for the signature. Like, that's the only real issue with Umbro. It's just the fact that it doesn't have a strong signature. Pyro is, like, hella carried by its signature. Umbro has better Covenanters. Like, significantly better Covenanters. And the thing is, if we get an Umbro character that is actually able to make use of its signature really well, or if Veronica gets a, like, crit rate buff, then it's easily gonna be, like, insane. Of course, Fantasia will still be kind of left behind by that. I think Lyn is the only outlier for Pyro because she has morale built into her kit. That, and she also just has really good multipliers on a lot of her moves, and is able to just, like, maximize the ever-loving crap out of her, skills. Like, what's called Lacerate. Of course, on a run where I get that freaking Covenanters that eradicates my entire skill efficiency is also the one where I get Hellfire. Well, it looks like I'm going to be sitting and waiting for my imminent death again. Alright, they just added an wedge one day that reverses or nullifies healing and turns it into damage. That would be interesting. Interesting for sure. Might be worth to press to record and react to this. Oh, okay. Let me take a look at it. Worth it to Isaac's Rebecca? Not really anymore. Unless you just really need a Hydro damage dealer, which currently there's not really any reason for it. Oh,
what's up, everybody?
The actual truth about this. Okay, interesting. Alright. Yep. Let's see. Alright, there we go. Favorite hero games, Child Psychic? Exactly. And who does not like an adult woman with big breasts? Well, I'd say not really people who... Well, I mean, there are people who like... You just don't like big breasts. It has nothing to do with age at all. Yep. Overland Guide got a jump scared by 5 duration covenanters. Yeah, you don't really need that much, especially when you're at plus 10 on them. You should really only need about 3. And the Griffins. Especially if you're running Blue Current, that'll be more than enough duration. But obviously, the more duration, the better, and we're gonna put on the Winslow anyway, because it's just gonna have better stats. Let's see. Yo, rate my Riz line. Watch Agent Virus Mustard, dude. Hella Riz. You're gonna get everybody on your dick. Umbo stack wedges. I wouldn't really say they're stacked. I'd say they're better than Pyro on average, though. Pyro's got like a hella good signature, and that's about it. Oh. Got more blueprints and wedges to get. One more blueprint here, and then I just gotta farm for a ton of coins. But there's a video that I gotta check out from a fellow YouTuber. Is it too late to build Lin? Lin, do I wait for another DPS? It's never too late to build Lin. It's never too late to build anyone. Like, it's not a matter of, like, time, because you could just grind more resources. That's like the nice thing about Duet Night Abyss is that you don't have to ration anything. Unless you just don't have enough time to play. Would it be optimal to build Lin right now? No. Especially because, like... I mean, if you just want a maze runner, yeah, like... You can build Lin, but the only thing that you'd really need is just the skill levels and the weapons. And the introns for maze. But... she's just a pretty excellent character all around. Yep. Fantasio the Umbro GOAT? Well, yeah. Out of the 2 Umbro characters, he is the GOAT. Nothing to do with age, you say? Yeah. We love all women men the same, except Snow. Exactly. Yo, it's Petix! Welcome. You're on a mission to build my Electro team and Lumino? Sweet. I've already got my Electro team pretty much like fully built. The only thing that I really need to concern myself with is just getting the Wings Inspo Volition, but that can wait because I'm not getting my Electro support until the second half of the batch. So I think I'm just gonna get the blueprints all ready for it and farm the volitions, and I'll wait for the what's it called? Bountiful Day event for the remaining Winspos. Lin will still be special due to her ability to target everything on the screen? Yes. Not anything on the screen, literally everything on the screen. She has full AoE. Which is something that is still rather unique to her. Because every single other character has like either a range limit or a target limit. I mean, Lin technically has a range limit, but she has such high range at base that it doesn't even matter. And the thing is, like, she can even scale her range higher. Like, if somehow 50 meters isn't enough for you, you could just literally stack on any range wedge at all. Like, just... this Griffin's would probably be more than enough. Wings and Toes kind of pain. Yeah, you just need to farm a lot of it, but it's the strongest wedge line in the game, so I can't really complain that it's a bitch, especially because we also get events that are literally just designed to make it 10 times easier. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna use the bathroom real quick, and then we'll probably get into the video. So, I'm going to put some... Wait, that's the wrong thing. Alright, there we go. Gonna take one quick minute break. Nobody go anywhere. All right. Bladder emptied. All right. Let's see. Last little bit of chat before we get into the react. Has anyone reached the 99K? Nah, I don't. Nobody's reached that. Well, I mean, some whale might have reached it who got like I6 everything, like instantly. But I don't think anybody outside of that can even reach that right now. Yep. +7 wedges are the soft cap before the hard cap, +10. I say +9 is closer to a... I mean, there's like several breakpoints. I mean, like +5 is like bare minimum. +7, I'd say, is like the... Alright, you've put in the effort to build your character somewhat. +9 is like, okay. You're like almost there, and +10 is like, alright, you're done. You spelled burr wrong? Oh, true. I did. Let's see. Do I get stuck in 272? Only if I get that, like, one that takes my, what's it called, skill efficiency on Psyche. Do you think they will one day add a way to make Relentless viable? No. I mean, Relentless is this one right here. Increase your attack by, I'm pretty sure you've been at +10. This is like hardly better than a Scorch, and you have to die 3 times in order to activate it. It's just horrendous. Alright. You need at least +7 for any sirens to even work? Yeah. I mean, it depends on the character. There's some characters that just, at base, have enough sanity to activate it. Like, I'm pretty sure Randy... Wait, no, not Randy. Yes, Sybil just has, like, 200. So, I'm pretty sure you could get her at, like, a +6 for the Wings Inspo morale. Actually, I think any base Wings Inspo would be enough to push her, like, past the 300 mark. Hashtag justice for Relentless Glorp. Yeah. What am I making another wedge tier list to round people up? I've been thinking about doing some tier lists with this new update. Especially like some character and weapon tier lists. I feel like those would probably be like pretty solid. The only issue is that like I still don't have Yale Oliver, and I haven't really like tried out some of the other characters, but I do kind of have like a feeling around their power level. I'd probably have to take like a week to properly build and test a lot of characters that I haven't really fully tried yet. Like Sybil, might do another pass over in Tabith. Randy in Hellfire.
But I've got a pretty good feel for the majority of the cast. By the way, Sibyl's Ball is always at most level 80 to match her. That means it can take the extra damage from Fafnir's Flux. I did see that. And that certainly makes it interesting, but we also have to remember that it'll only be like 10% of the damage will be transferred. So that's another deal when it comes to Fafnir's Flux. So even if you do hit like that 120 or 1200%, it'll only measure up to be about like 120 overall damage dealt to the group. How strong is the Silent Sower rhythm build against fully built G Liu with all introns and max weapons? Well, I wouldn't know. I don't have fully built G Liu with max intron and all weapons belts. I think that G Liu will probably be better. I think. It is a little bit difficult to tell when we don't have, like, a boss that's really, really, like, fat and spongy in the game. But Ji Liu is also just kind of in a spot where she's got, like, a ton of stacked options just available to her. I mean, she literally kind of has two supports that are just, frankly, tailor-made for her. I mean, Fushu just gives her the skill speed that she needs while also giving her a fuck ton of ability amps. And then you've got Yu Ming, who is literally just designed to buff electro skill damage. And that's really it. So, there's that too. And there aren't really many other characters in the game that just have like two characters that are just designed to amp every single part of your kit. Closest we have to that is Psyche with Truffle and Fina, but even then, Fina doesn't even buff all of Psyche. She only buffs the Constance weapon part. At least, like, fully buffs. But Ji Liu is just, like, hell amped. Like, uber amped. Because after watching your video, I was like, I want to invest in my Rhythm and try it on this Fox Hunter Summit. Yeah, I really want to try out Rhythm on Fox Hunter Summit too. Alright. Rate this Riz line. I'm outside of our house. Oh, for real? Did you bring cupcakes? Actually, I'd rather have cookies. Well, oh, last question. Okay, last question before we get into the react. Because, we got a video from Morph. Hope the next summit boss is not that dumb bastard who constantly hops away from you. I think it'd be pretty funny if he was. Just imagine some guy who has their Ji Liu and it just hops outside of like the sword range and you have to reposition because of it. I think that'd be hilarious. Alright. Yo, it's Blackie! Welcome! He's on a 7 stream streak. Alright, I want to know if that skill speed works with Ji Liu doing her buffs, because I'll be looking forward to the game releasing skill speed wedges. Yes, it does work on her using the buffs. Alright, well, here we go. Man, I should full screen this. So, we got a video here from Morph, and he's one of the few dedicated Duet Night Abyss YouTubers that we have historically had, though he did go on a little bit of a side quest to Arknights Enfield alongside CJ, and he has been putting out some new content regarding the recent update for Duet Night Abyss.
And he just recently put out this video called The Actual Truth State of Duet Night Abyss. Now, I think he means to say the actual true state or the truth about the state. But, you know, obviously I can't really guess his intentions on the title. Though, from what I've been told, it is a pretty interesting video. And obviously we have our own opinions on the state of Duet Night Abyss. So why don't we just get straight into it? And, he does talk a little bit slow, so you can probably put it at like at least a 1.25.
Everybody, it's Morph here. If you don't know who I am that slime boy VTuber that means Duet Night Abyss. I'm a content creator slash streamer for this game. I've been playing this since the launch in October all the way up to today. Putting in a lot of hours. Over 1,000 hours have been put into this game, which gives me a little bit of credibility in stuff that I say about it, right? So believe me when I say what I'm telling you is the facts.
I mean, I will say hours are a pretty decent measure of something that, like, having an opinion on a game. Though, of course, you could always say that you AFK'd your way to some amount of time. I mean, obviously I know more if he hasn't done this, though. I feel like it's a lot better to say like actual in-game achievements than it is to say like time for the most part. But I don't know, that's just me.
Abyss recently came out with its 1.2 update, and with it came some amazing quality of life. Probably the best we've ever seen for this game. This is probably the best patch so far for quality of life changes. Everything that I've complained about, everything that a lot of people have complained about,
honestly,
everything we suggested,
overall, I'd say probably best patch. Period.
From making the Demon Wedge grind, which if you guys don't know what it is, it's the equipment system, it's the artifact system of the game. It's a very grindy system in this game, but they made it easier by giving us a Gamba Wedge system. Plus, they've given us a lot of events that give us like an...
I mean, I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think that the Gamble Wedge system is all that amazing. I mean, we could probably just
perfect or
take a look at all the stuff that he gets here. Yeah. You kind of do wind up getting a lot of junk. And even taking into account the Typhons, with the new range wedges that you also have to farm in the game, all things considered, I don't think it's that amazing. It will help you out a little bit because you probably do have a few wedges that you could really just like dump a ton of. And obviously, even if you're turning like a handful of wedges into something that's like slightly more useful, then, you know, it's good. It's just not really my ideal. Personally, personally, what I would much rather had is if they allowed you to target like specific groups of wedges, like either families of wedges or essentially drop pools. So like you could get from the drop pool of level 60 or the drop pool of level 65, so on and so forth, instead of it just being like pure random. Reforge is good if you're going insane in the serpent rabbit hole. I don't think that the serpents are honestly that difficult to get in the first place. But that's just me.
Wedge, basically, to amplify or upgrade our wedges, like 5 pieces every time in the summit. They've gone and alleviated the wedge farming by adding all sorts of things to the game, which is primarily the biggest issue a lot of former players had.
Honestly, I'd say
a lot of players that gave up on the game because they thought, oh boy, this game is a little bit too grindy.
The wedge grind is honestly the thing that they touched the least in all of these updates. If I'm being completely honest. Obviously, the summit was amazing for globules, though in terms of like actually acquiring the wedges, it's largely remained pretty consistent, outside of the fact that we are getting a second Bountiful Day instead of just one in this update. It's useful if there's a lot of different wedges you want, but the closer you are to having everything, the worse it is. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the problems with me. I'm already so close to having everything that it's just not really that crazy for me. But if you are somebody who hasn't farmed out like the majority of the wedges, you know, it probably would be pretty good if you only have like one set maxed out.
It's too difficult to get everything and keep up with the game. That has now been addressed. It's a little bit better now. It's actually a lot better now. And it's in a good place when it comes to that. Also, They've given us a lot of quality of
Right.
life, as you can see right here. This automatic continue thing was not present in the game. They also
Continue
gave
is
us
so
an
chill.
on-field AFK character to
Yeah.
add to the team. So now you can add actual AI AFK characters and
I mean,
have
we
your
already had Rhythm.
on the field
I'm-
or controlled character doing AFK stuff as well, making the grind a lot
I don't
easier.
think it's
I'm
that
not even
crazy.
holding my mouse and keyboard while talking to you guys. This is an off the top, off the rip video. I'm not scripting anything in this video. I just wanted to point that out there. So if
Okay.
I sound like I'm rambling a little bit, you gotta bear with me a little bit, right? So, all that is good. 1.2 is an amazing
Oh,
patch.
here,
A lot of
is there a
quality of
but?
life, a lot of make things easier, semi-spoon feedy stuff in the game has been added. There is
Alright.
one thing that is still lacking.
Okay, there is a but.
I don't want to get into it too much because it's not too bad in reality. The end game. The end game is not as bad as I thought it was. Recently, I played Ark Knight's Enfield, and oh boy, that end game is just really, really boring and bad. I hope they add more. I'm pretty sure they will.
okay.
I don't want to cook Ark Knights too much, but comparing this game's end game to that game's end game, this game's end game is really, really good. We have the theater,
Well, that's
and we
definitely
have the
interesting to
summit,
hear
we
about.
have Mystic Maze, and we have the Demon Wedge farmathon, grindathon, and upgrading all our characters and weapons. It actually takes a lot of time, and that's actually why this game is good.
Yeah, that is something that I kind of felt in terms of like the end game. I do think it is something that needs some more work, especially when it comes to the immersive theater, because it does get really repetitive. Though they did wind up fixing a lot of stuff with the theater this update, removing the additional immunity phases on bosses like Subject 47 from the theater, as well as allowing you to act like just straight up skip the first 9 acts is really chill if all you're trying to do is get to Act 36 in the theater. So on that front, it is pretty nice. Though I do wish that we do get some more like active like end games that aren't just DPS checks right now. Because we don't really need immersive theater in its current state outside of just like it as a way to pretty easily get the new characters, as well as kind of being a testbed for what the next summit could look like, or essentially preparing people for a summit-like activity. Since you do need to have strength in both being able to clear enemies as well as a high health boss. So on that front, it is pretty good, but there are other aspects of the game that I feel like should be challenged a bit more, like in terms of mechanical complexity as well as movement around the map. And or even stuff like area control could be another aspect of that. Though that is just me personally. That'd be on paper. But it is definitely interesting to hear that Ark Knight's Enfield endgame isn't that good, apparently. Alright, well, let's continue with the video.
What's wrong with the game? What's wrong with the game is the player population.
Oh,
be real.
okay.
We probably have about, this is being generous, all right? We probably have 10,000 players at most playing concurrently. I believe that is a fact. If I'm wrong, then I'm glad I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure I'm not wrong.
So, the biggest issues with the player population, I mean, I can kind of see that, but it's not really like a whole deal where having a low player population is extremely detrimental to the experience of any one given player. Obviously, more players equals more funding and more attention to the game, which is always better. Though, I do feel like a lower player population is more so a sign of other things that should be addressed more, rather than the player population being the core issue itself. It's more like a symptom rather than the core. Was 30 million, now 10,000. I don't think it was ever 30 million. If you're taking a look at stuff like the pre-registers are almost always fabricated. I mean, if you've ever been following any game in this kind of scene that has like pre-registered listed, there'll just be like random Wednesdays where they add like several 100,000, because if they don't reach the player what's it called, the player pre-registration thresholds, and people are essentially miss out on those rewards, they'll be upset. And it's just marketing, really. They'll add however many like pre-registers as they need to. Genshin did not do much with this 1 billion income early in its life. I'm not sure what Genshin has to do with this. All pre-registers fake. The government hates us. The animals are leaving. No way.
The player base is the issue. We have an amazing game. It's been improved heavily. Now it's time for the devs to figure out a way to pull the people in. The content creators.
All right. Here's how you bring everybody in, okay? You release 1.3, have 1.3 be an absolute banger story. I'm talking like excellent presentation, plenty of cutscenes, and some fun and engaging gameplay parts. And also having a meaningful update to the commissions and normal gameplay loop. And then 1.4, another banger story. Doesn't need to necessarily be as big of a banger. Give us Mors. Give us Hilda. Like, have Hilda be the new, like, main character for the patch. And put in a raid. And, like, heavily market the shit out of it. All you, like, that alone, instantaneously, like, quadruple the player base. Or, like, quintuple. Like, 10 billion trillion players.
Myself, Furios, shoutouts to them.
Furios? What? Hey guys, Agent Furios here.
Maze and, the boys that always talk about CJ. There's a bunch of others.
Mm-hmm.
Our job can only go so far without a major push from the company. They gotta spend on marketing. They gotta get the bigger YouTubers back to trying the game out, because
I'm gonna be honest, the marketing is only so important as long as there are like big reasons for people to come back. Because a new character release like Jiu will only do so much for people, and if the normal gameplay loop is still the exact same. Because things like new characters and the new wedges, while they are amazing, and I mean like top tier for the players who have remained engaged for the game, or were even like, they were like a super engaged player but maybe fell off a little bit, to bring them back, it does like literally nothing for the people who either left very early in 1.0 or were not interested in the first place. Like, what really needs to happen is we need to have something that like wows and amazes people. Yep. Cut what? Humans Fruit Loops here. We're gonna talk about maximizing your back shots. Agent Cheerios. That's me. I can't wait for the endgame content of DNA fashion frame. Well, one of the main issues with the fashion stuff is that we have just like too many limitations. It's one thing for the skins and stuff to be like paid, but the dyes are really the main issue right now. This needs to get like a pretty decent overhaul before I could really say that the fashion can thrive. All right.
it is a lot better than it used to be. They have to entice the public to try their game once again for returning players as well as new players. Maybe it's time to finally give out myriad skins or myriad pulls to new accounts, like brand new accounts.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't think
I know there is a returning player event, but they gotta make it better, more spice, more.
I don't think anybody's really gonna be interested in just like free skin. It's really easy to entice players of like gacha games with like free character or like enough pulls to get 2 pities in a single patch or very easily from events. But a skin's not going to be that big of a draw for people who aren't already engaged in the game. It's like, okay, I have an outfit now. Cool. That doesn't do anything for me. By the way, you already mentioned they be opening Skin Shop for skin events where players can use standard currency. Yes, in 1.3 they are putting out an event for cosmetics where you'll be able to use Foxine to quote buy new skins and accessories. So it's not going to be a situation where you're going to have a lot of things that were already in the game that are now being available or sold for a limited time for Foxine. They did specify it would be new stuff. And that is really got me interested because I think that will be a way for them to test bed alternate monetization styles beyond what the gacha currently is.
More good stuff, right? Because when you're a returning player, you're gonna always feel like, oh boy, I really like how the game is right now, but I feel like I'm far left behind. Entice them. In reality, Duet Night Abyss is a kind of game that you don't even feel that problem of being left behind because you get everything for free, which is the strongest selling point.
You can always make up like any just grind or like being behind in Duet Night Abyss by just playing the game more. There are really only like a handful of things that are just time gates, and a lot of that just comes down to if you're keeping up with the theater and weekly boss resets, and I guess maze resets too, but that's really just it. And if you were already like so disengaged that you weren't keeping up with that stuff, like you're also still getting all of the characters that are moving into the Covert Commission shop, and that's just that alone is gonna make any like returning or like getting into it is you're just gonna have so many options. Hey, we got Flo. Welcome.
In the game.
Also, the 2 things I wish they improved upon are animation improvements, similar to Woo and ZZZ, and mobile optimization. I feel like they're already on track to improving animations. I don't know how many of you guys have taken a look at a lot of stuff regarding Ji Liu, but she already is kind of like a cut above the rest of the characters in her idle animations and her skill cast animations. And I really hope they do a good re-look over for the remaining cast, because there are a lot of characters that just straight up don't emote at all. Especially when it comes to a lot of their facial animations when they're doing different parts of their kit. And I feel like that is something that they really should go back and tune up, especially because these aren't characters that are really meant to be left behind.
Speaking of why this game is good, now I'm not gonna hyperglaze it.
All right.
I'm just gonna be real. All right. I played Arknights Enfield. I will use Arknights over and over again on this video because it's the
so we're
only
comparing it
gacha
to Enfield now
that I've played that can compare to this game. So in Arknights Enfield,
yeah, I haven't played Arknights Enfield at all, so I'm basically just gonna be going entirely off of his word.
I do my dailies. I become a UPS delivery boy for about 15 minutes. And then I become a factory goods salesman, turn over my goods, and do a little bit of stock trading.
Okay.
Spend a little bit of my sanity on some combat, barely any combat, and then poof, my day is done, right?
Yup! I mean, that's all I can really say. That's just how gachas are. Yeah, you log in, you do your chores, and then it's just over until the next patch. It's just nice to be able to at least do something every single day, like constantly for thousands of hours. I mean, how much time do I have in this game already? Profile statistics. I've got 1,350 hours in Duet Night Abyss as of today. And a very minimal amount of that has been moments like right now where I just have the game open. That if I'm job on minutes, job, yeah. But just the fact that it is 1.2 and I am going to have basically every single character in the game fully built by the end of this patch is not something that I could, and by fully built I do mean like max copy, or at least out of all the characters that weren't just like weekly exclusives. And that's not something that I can really say about any gacha game that I've played ever, even down to just like leveling up the characters and the weapons. And that is something that I hella appreciate about this game. Just the fact that I can play it continually without having to think like, oh, I'm not getting like my sanity or like my resources from it. I can just keep doing the stuff. And Feels Factory stuff is madly addicting. It definitely set things up differently at the beginning, but once you spend around 20 hours in it, you master it. Yeah, that's like the main issue when it comes to a lot of gacha games, is that it's like super fun for like the first however so many hours after launch or after an update, where you like peruse around, you do all the things, and then it's just like you have nothing left to do. You can't be saying job! People are gonna get scared, they're gonna click off. Alright, well, back to the video.
It's over. It's a pretty boring daily thing that you do in Arknight's Enfield. Plus, the end game is atrociously bad. I cannot get over that. But yeah,
Ouch.
it's a game that is amazing, but doesn't let you play it. Do it.
Now, where have I heard that before? I don't know how many people here are still around from back when I was playing Destiny Rising, but that was like the main issue that I had with it. That was the thing that I would constantly say. It's fun. It just won't let me play the game. Like, oh, just hearing that exact phrase being said about like another game feels like with no prior context of my stuff in Destiny Rising at all. At least I don't think he played Destiny Rising. I'd have to ask him about it. I do know CJ actually knew me before from my Destiny Rising videos, which was kind of fun to see. But just like completely different games and scenes just converging on the same opinion is kind of fun to see.
Night Abyss is a game that is amazing, that gives everything for free.
Yup.
And lets you play it. Everything you do in the game. Anytime you log in. What I'm doing right now, I feel like I'm progressing my account because I'm getting secret letters. Everything I do is a net positive in this game. In gacha games, you don't get that because once you don't use your sanity, it's almost like there's nothing, right? There's no positive to your account. It's just like you're wasting time in there. Just because you really like the game, you want to really play it, you're going to do stuff that isn't really a net positive. This game is different. You get everything. Anything you do is all thumbs up. It's all going up. The bar is going up. It's all good.
I mean, even something as simple as just like grinding out the end games. Because when it comes to like gacha games and stuff, you do the end game once. If you just like replay the end game, you get nothing until the next reset. But even in Duet Night Abyss, even something as just like the immersive theater, even though you're not getting as many rewards, you still are farming up mementos, which can be translated to other rewards. Granted, this is definitely not the most efficient use of your time at all, and would probably just be better to like pre-farm so that you can instantly buy out the shop next update and then just go up to Act 36 to pre-farm. That's probably what I'm planning on doing in the future. But just the simple fact that even if all you want to do is just play I don't know, 50 runs of theater to grind it out as long as possible, that will still provide extra benefits. And beyond that, with the Fox Hunter Summit, the true endgame of Duet Night Abyss, that is one of the most efficient and best farms in the entire game. Which is, frankly, not something you could really say about any other gacha game just because of all the stamina locks. Yep.
That's the beauty of Duet Night Abyss.
Exactly.
Also, I already said it, it gives everything for free.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a big shame that, some people gave up on it because, well, the grind is a little bit really heavy. Don't get me wrong, it was very heavy, it is very tedious.
I'm gonna be honest, as somebody who's played other grind games, like other grindy games, like Destiny 2, I even played Warframe good bit. Should definitely play some more Warframe. Duet Night Abyss is so lightweight to get like your actual builds going. Part of that is because it is still pretty early in the game's lifespan. So there aren't necessarily as many things to grind up. But even within that right now, we've already gotten several efficiency upgrades to our grind. I don't really think it's going to be getting that much worse from here on out. And even something just like as simple as maximizing all of your resets. The worst part about that is just maze. And I'm going to be completely honest, even maze isn't even that bad when we're just talking about, like, maximizing all of your, like, regularly resetting things. Yep. Biggest hang up with Enfield is that your sanity doesn't fully recharge in 24 hours. It takes over 42. Well, I'm glad that you don't hit cap at 24 hours, because even if you do, or so long as like the sanity requirements are just that, or for your like your dailies and stuff, so long as the sanity requirements don't require more than that 24-hour period, that's fine. But I do like having a larger cap, because that means that you have, like, wiggle room, essentially, so that you could play either in the morning, and then you could play in the evening another day without losing anything. Yeah, exactly. Why would you want it to hit the cap in 24 hours?
Yes. But like I said, 1.2 and the devs, every activity before this patch has slowly alleviated that issue. I
Yup.
believe it's become a lot more casual friendly. Yeah, it's still
In some ways, yes. In other ways, no. I'd say it's, like, remained pretty consistent. I wouldn't really say it's more casual friendly. It's just the tools that you really need to, like, take your grind to its fullest have become significantly more available, and there's just been a lot more QOL, so there's like less friction to get to where you want to be. And I can understand why that would feel like it's more casual friendly. It's just easier. What happened to all the people that kept saying Warframe is better? I don't know, I think they just got bored. It's sweaty with casual tools? Yep.
is grind heavy, but it's a lot better now. Now here's the real problem.
Oh, we've got another real problem. Okay. Yeah, alright, so beyond the player population issue. Okay.
Besides the player base, the game still sees itself as a gacha game.
Alright, yeah, that is definitely been something that we have talked about quite a bit. Though, I will say, in terms of, like, overall game design, it does feel like we've been moving a little bit more away from it over time. Though, a lot of the events do still seem to have, like, a bit more kind of, like, gacha-ish style, though the rewards have been significantly improved. And, I mean, if we're being completely honest, the events for this game are kind of fun. I don't know, like, what your all experiences with the events in Duet Night Abyss, but especially now that we are getting good rewards from them, I am feeling a lot more positive about them overall. Though, when it comes to certain design styles like the element locks and kind of like character release schedules, I can understand where he's coming from there. Events are still very much mobile gacha gamey, a little bit, but we did get that Avian Spirit challenge event. That one I feel like was probably the best event that we got in terms of like the gameplay quality of it. The auto chess event is pretty nice though, I will say. But do definitely want to see more events that are more gameplay oriented, like the Covenanter's Avian Spirit. But honestly, even maybe less events overall and just more gameplay experiences. I think it's kind of crazy that they're keeping up with the gacha character release schedule. I don't like shill endgame/events though, but I guess a lot of people do. I'm not really a huge fan of like the endgame shill stuff, but it is something that does kind of benefit the less dedicated people, because if it was something where it was kind of like archetype based in the current state of the game, the people who do have like the time and resources to build up the entire cast are going to have a lot higher of an advantage than they do already compared to the ones that are just focused on a single element. Because if you are focused on a single element, it's just like, okay, we've got like this selection of characters to choose from, so we just have to find like our best main DPS from there and work from that. Meanwhile, if it's like the entire cast and there's just some other things to pick from, it's like, okay, where do I even begin? For a second, I was like, this ain't fire, so that I saw your face cap. Oh, really? What was that? All right, raid bosses with extreme difficulty. Exactly, that would be the best.
I do not know what they are doing with this. I, for one,
All right.
because I've played this game since the beginning, right? I've played this game. I'm in the situation of the heavy grinder syndrome, wherein I pretty much grinded every element that I like except for Umbro for the wedges. And
Me too.
I'm pretty much done. Like, I've gotten everything that I need to get. Farming feels like an afterthought already. Like, I'm done. Like, I played the current patch and I got the new character, Zilyu. I liked her. I beat the theater, and now I feel like it's over.
I mean, I still have Summit to look forward to, so I don't really have that same feeling of like being done. There is also just a whole bunch of other build options that I have to look through as well. So I kind of feel like that is a bit like further from where I am right now, but oh, yo, we got Yas of the Raid in the middle of the video we've been watching. Sweet. Welcome, everybody. Let's see, where was it? Oh, yeah. But I do definitely feel like we need some more meaningful gameplay overhauls to essentially break people out of that kind of like, you know, I've done all I really need to right now. Yeah, we got everybody here now.
Progression of new content in Duet Night Abyss needs to change.
All
It
right.
is following a gacha program of a release window. It's even worse than a gacha because
Oh,
in
really?
Arknights and Field, at least we're getting a new character every 2 weeks, right? In Duet Night Abyss, we're getting a new character once every month. Especially that second month, the game feels really, really slow because we do get new wedges. Don't get me wrong, I could still grind for.
I will say, the second half of last patch did feel really, really like dry, though a big, at least outside of Summit. But I do think they are fixing that up a little bit more with the wedge event happening in the second half as well as the first half. Though I do think we need more like consistent releases and overhauls instead of just like having everything being front loaded. Because Summit is a huge draw for that second half, but afterwards, that like final 2 weeks is just kind of like, okay, I guess we're just waiting for the next kind of like release cycle, and I'm like pre-farming and stuff. It is really nice to have that kind of like downtime to shore up any other parts that may have been lacking in your account, but also like I don't really want that. I want to have more things to do and look forward to. Though I will say having a little bit of downtime like would be probably good overall. Yeah, I definitely agree that one character per month is fine. In fact, this may be a little bit of a hot take, but I kind of feel like one character per month might actually be a little too frequent for the kind of game style that Duet Night Abyss is going for, especially if we do want like better balance across the entire cast. I would much rather have more character updates, reworks, and expansions on the complexity for their kit rather than more frequent character releases. Some of that was the PvP thing, right? I ended up skipping it due to addition to base building in Enfield. Was it good? It was really good. Really fun. The events, though, AFK for an hour. Are you serious, devs? Reeks of desperation. I don't think that it's something that reeks of desperation. It's not even an AFK thing. It's literally just like hang out in co-op. That's really it. So just like mess around in the co-op areas, mingle with people, or do like co-op missions, and you just get free stuff. I mean, you could basically just see this as any kind of like login event, or hell, like your what's it called? I'm trying to remember the name. The Lolo Logistics from Wilderness, but again, that does also feed into like gacha design style of things, which I do think we should be moving away from more. I would be fine if we keep this like events like this in the game, but if the choice was between like axing like 80% of these events that we're getting, but instead getting more gameplay experiences and overhauls, I would pick the other option compared to what we've got right here. But no one does anything in co-op? No, people hang around in co-op. I mean, people will fish, they'll just hang out in social spaces. I mean, there are a lot of people who will just, like, mingle in social spaces and, like, emotes and stuff. It's pretty fun. There definitely is some draw to it. Yep. I agree, but my hot take is DNA did good for the first game. There is nothing to do, though, at endgame. Well, I mean, do you mean that there's nothing to do once you farmed everything? Or do you mean, like, once you've cleared theater, there's nothing to do? Because there is always just, like, more stuff that you can farm until you, of course, run out of things to farm. But at that point, I don't really feel like if you farmed everything, that's something you can really complain about. Anyway, I've probably been yapping way too much. We should definitely finish up the video.
New wedges, you know, like we'll always get new wedges. I can grind them. The thing is, I'm just a really fast grinder and I have so many booklets that I can fully grind out the thing in about 2 days or 1 day.
Yep.
So yeah. The release window of new content in Duet Night Abyss is too slow. The trickle is too trickly. They need to make it faster.
I don't think it's necessarily the like speed. Again, I think it's more so just like the type of things that they're putting out. Cause if instead of getting the auto chest, like I'm totally cool with this event. I think it's pretty chill. I like all the cosmetic rewards that we're getting from it. The in-game rewards are really good for this. Like, we're basically getting same general quality of like base rewards as something like a new theater or something. But the main issue is that this isn't something that expands upon the normal gameplay loop. It's kind of a similar issue to what Wuthering Waves had for a good bit, where they were just releasing like a bunch of mini games and stuff after the Septimont patch, and there wasn't really anything like gameplay wise outside of the end games to really participate in. And that I feel like is something that should be addressed pretty soon in Duet Night Abyss, which is really good because they have been talking a lot about the new commission modes in their recent Luno bulletins, which does make me think that's going to be happening really, really soon, like maybe even the next patch. So that does give me a lot of hope for that. And I do really, really hope that we get more, like, gameplay. And by gameplay, I mean, like, runny, jumpy, ability, shooty, slashy stuff compared to mini games as like our main draws for a like essentially like huge influx of rewards. Technically, Morph is also wrong about character releases on Enfield. It's a big banner with 3 characters, each mini banner lasting 17 days. That's 3 characters every 51 days. Okay. Not everybody's playing 16. Oh, wait. Nah, bro, I was just talking BS. He's some 1% player that is complaining for more. Not everyone is playing 16 hours a day. Well, the thing is, it's less so like I don't have anything to grind. Because, I mean, if we are talking like, okay, I have run out of things to grind. I've played 2,000 hours of the game. At that point, like, for me, that what with that, in my opinion, that's like, okay, pat yourself on the back and go do something else for a bit, because like, you know, you put in your works. Congratulations, buddy. Okay, but it is a deeper issue than that, because we currently don't have anything really to do except farm. And that's like the main deal with it. We don't really have very many like what's the right word? Uh we don't really have anything that is like a big chase to go for. Like, no super difficult content outside of Summit that's available on a regular basis that has exceptionally like sought after rewards and other things. Like, let's say for instance, instead of Nocturnal Echoes, where it's just like this boss that lasts 5 seconds, that or less depending on what item you're going for here, and you do it like 5 times a week. It's like, imagine instead of this we had a whole raid experience that was like or like a dungeon experience that was like 30 minutes to an hour that you could do like, let's say, up to 3 times a week, and also had even further difficulties to challenge for stuff like cosmetics, rare item drops. Like, let's say it had 3 exclusive weapons and an exclusive character that you had to do it. And beyond that, there were also like other cosmetics that were exceptionally rare drops to grind for in that mode, with like other rewards for challenges, like let's say you do a flawless run or you do it in like a speed run type deal. Yeah. Because if the game had stuff like that, that is something beyond just building our characters that gives us more stuff to do. Weren't they going to release a new weekly commission in the new area? I think they've talked about that. I just know that they're planning on releasing new commission types. Uh, I think they should cook with Chase. Chase was very enjoyable in the first few weeks. Yep, I 100% agree. And I am really glad that they have been addressing a lot of the co-op lag and server stability, which is really necessary.
Release new patches, release new content. I get that there's new events. They do try to make their events, but a lot of their events are pretty much filler events. They could make new
Yeah.
combat events, but I don't know. For a game that is heavily grindable, it's just too slow. That's just it, right? I've been rambling a little bit. I'm sorry, but it really is too slow. There's no more excuse around this, guys. Like I remember way back in the first podcast episode that we did with the boys, we were very forgiving then and saying like, oh yeah, the game just came out, you know, it's like this, like that. But I can't anymore.
I'm still kind of like a little bit disagree. I do think that they would have benefited a lot this patch if they had like a more like gameplay overhaul, at least for something in here. But I also don't think that pivoting immediately after like 4 months, especially when they did all these other features in the patch, is like entirely unreasonable to say like, okay, let's give them one more. Now, if 1.3 launches and there's no like gameplay overhaul to anything, that's when I'm gonna kind of feel like, okay, it's too long now. It's too long. Because 6 months is really that whole point where I can kind of say like, okay, we really need something to shake up. And I mean, frankly, just the whole deal where we got all these new wedges and stuff in like the second major patch of the game was a pretty awesome deal for me overall. So that does make me really think that we are getting like the new gameplay stuff in 1.3, as well as like the new story.
I'm in the position wherein I feel like the game needs to step it up. Otherwise, it's gonna just be forgotten. I guess it needs a. I know that they're gonna go big. They're gonna go big in 1.3. They're introducing supposedly a new region in April.
1.3 and 1.4
which
better be
also gives us
huge.
Camilla and Suyi. But boy, if it's gonna be 1 month for one character, 1 month for another character, with no new endgame, I am gonna be pretty much done. If I keep playing this game heavily for the next month and a half or 2 months, I will not have anything to grind for. That's just me. That might be my problem, but it is a problem. Alright guys, so that's it for my video. I know that was a little bit rambly, but it was a concern that I really had.
Alright, well, I'd say overall pretty decent video from Morph. Now, I do have like a little bit of some disagreements when it came to like time frame and stuff, but I can say that as another heavy grinder for this game, I am going to be at a situation where I don't really have anything else to push for, though I have a very different outlook of it. I view it more of like, okay, I can chill, rather than a I need more. Cause ultimately I don't really want like more wedges or like more things to grind. I don't want to just keep doing the same stuff over and over again. I want to have like new experiences, and especially more difficult experiences that really push our character builds. Yeah. And I do feel like at that kind of 1.3, about 6 months in, the general player base should be at a point where they really can expect people to be able to push that kind of content. Especially because I feel like right now, I don't think very many people are having much issues when it comes to stuff like the immersive theater. Partially due to the fact that this immersive theater has like a very, very chill rotation. And a lot of extremely strong characters that were also already like the best characters for farming, like Rhythm just being available to use in the current theater kind of just makes it just piss easy for everybody. And now I feel like it should be a point where we should be pushing for like that next level up. Because I feel like the current state is where like most people have kind of reached that, okay, like I can clear theater level cap and with like very little issues. They need to add raids with low-end cosmetic drops. That would be sick. Imagine doing chase and you have a chance to get a cosmetic. Exactly. That's what I stated before. Like, we need some like big things to chase. Instead of us grinding characters, they should grind us. Exactly. 100%. Alright. Grind would be way more fun if there were some random drops from killing enemies. Well, we already do have some random drops from enemies. I do feel like it would be better if we got like some random wedge drops as just something that can happen from enemies. Especially because even if it is like a useless wedge, if you get enough useless wedges, you can then just turn them into like the wedge gamba. So at the very least, we do have stuff like that in the game. Resume the music? Yep. Alright, let's see. Musica. What? I gotta be getting back to my maze because I still have more things to grind. Because I've got one more blueprint here and a ton more coins. And I should have, or I should stock up on a bunch of threads of time if just like randomly the purple wedges become available for me. But at the very least, it will definitely be good to have like a good, I don't know, 200, 300k stocked up for the next reset. Yep. Now they can make the most popular events into game modes like the Avian Spirit. Well, the thing is we already have Avian Spirits already in the game, but Avian Spirits isn't really something that I'd say is good as a regular game mode. It is kind of like consumable content. So even though it is like the best event I'd say we've had thus far, it does not really make for something that I would want to play the same or similar stages of over and over again. Because being able to make like one good experience is very different from making something that can be played over and over and over again. They added the Reforged Salvager this update. They could legit have it so that enemies have a chance to drop Reforged Salvagers, which convert into a random wedge at the end of mission. True. That would be really good. Or they could add Reforged Salvagers as an event reward, or like a regularly available game mode reward. Like, what if we just get Reforged Salvagers from doing our like weekly maze stuff? I wouldn't mind if they removed maze from the game. I wouldn't mind if they removed normal maze from the game. However, I do think that they can take the concept of maze and like completely overhaul it. Because having a really good roguelike mode in this game would be a great draw for it. And honestly, my opinion is just make Risk of Rain 2. Okay? I know, like, it is kind of tired to say that, like, oh, just copy this game, but genuinely, the gameplay style of Risk of Rain 2 would be just, like, perfect for Duet Night Abyss as, like, a roguelike mode. Obviously, like, do your own thing with it. Don't just do a one-to-one copy. But having the entire roguelike mode be in the style of Risk of Rain 2, where you are, instead of like going from scene to scene, going through a bunch of menus, because that's really all Mystic Maze is, it's just like menuing the experience. If they just cut that out and make the general gameplay like Risk of Rain 2, where you're going through like a big stage, and one of the goals of it is to complete it as fast as you can while looting and defeating enemies that consistently spawn. That would make it a much more enjoyable experience over what we currently have. Let's see. What's the top 3 strongest characters? The solo boss? My Rebecca takes ages to kill a weekly boss because Sandy always down, cannot play summon. I'd say Psyche, Nightfall, and probably Shilio? Is the strongest solos? Yep. Add them to Wedge Secret Letters. Silver rewards can be replaced with reward salvagers instead of Carmine. Or, well, what I would suggest is that the silver rewards should just be of the Wedge that you are farming Secret Letters for. Because that would easily save people like a solid 10 to 15 Wedge drops from just like the usual grind that they'd have to do. Which would be hella beneficial. Alright. Oh, got Seaborn Moon. Pretty good. You're right, the menus slash zoning takes 80% of the time is what makes it a barrel bolt. Yup. And that's what I was talking about earlier when comparing it to, like, Enter the Gungeon and Risk of Rain 2. Like, one of the nice things about that game is that you just have so much flow to it. You have, like, almost zero interruptions or menus unless you are actively taking you time to check what something does. And that's literally just a matter of how much experience you have in the game or game mode. In Risk of Rain 2, there's legitimately only one thing. Or, one interaction that will have you open up a menu, and it's when you're opening up, like, a Void Cradle to get a selection of one of 3 Void items. Or when you're opening up... Well, I think it's the Void Lockbox, not the Void Cradle. The Void Cradle is a different option. Or the one from the Seekers of the Storm DLC. And I think it's also, like, the item crafting one in the new one. But it's not like you have to go through a menu every single stage, or you get, like, a pop-up every single stage. It's just like, you got this thing. It's excellent. Splendid. And that's really just what they need to focus on, is just reducing the amounts of interruptions to normal gameplay. Making a tighter experience all around. IDK, getting the material itself may be a bit too strong, ML. A random wedge might be more balanced. I mean, it could be, yeah, but I think it would be a little bit more fitting to get the wedge material itself, just because, I mean, that's kind of how it is for the characters and weapons as well. You're always getting, like, some component for it. Yep. Do you think they'll ever rerun skins or Gone Forever? What's your guess? I mean, it just makes more sense to rerun. I mean, you don't make any money off of something that never gets sold. And it's not like it's something that they have to reproduce. It is literally a digital thing. It would make so little sense for them to not do a rerun of something eventually. Make Maze Dungeon with one instance instead of doors. Yep. And that's what I was saying, like Risk of Rain. Just like one big map with a lot of different nodes randomly placed around there that give you items with their own effects that stack, compared to, like, just the stages and menus. I mean, the only thing that I can really reason why they do the stuff with the stages is because of mobile.
Or just because it's easier. It's got to be one of those two things. But if they can make it work for mobile, like, just freaking do it. And, I mean, map size being effective. I mean, we've got the entire open world stuff in mobile as well. I don't think it will be that big of a deal. I come from a gacha game and now playing this game. Want to know how you can grind things and not get bored. Don't think I'm complaining or shitting on the game. I just really want to know. I mean, I'm just built like that. I have a major enjoyment for just progressing in a game. Okay? And, I mean, I play incremental games. That's one of my big guilty pleasures. I mean, let's see. Where's Cookie Clicker on my Steam account? Like, this is what Cookie Clicker looks like on my Steam account. I haven't played this game in, like, several years. I've got 200 freaking hours on it. Also, I've played, like, a bunch of other incremental games, and I'm almost constantly, like, buying more just because I find the whole progression enjoyable. I'd like it more if I could target a Noctoyager level, so I can just pay extra wedges to run Expulsion instead of defense. Yeah. Ugh. Having just, like, defense for a lot of the Noctoyager is such a drag. But thankfully we get enough manuals to make it more bearable. Bro, I'm not an OG player. I miss Psyche's skin. I hope it returns. Yep, I hope it returns too. And again, like I said, you make literally zero money off of something that just doesn't get sold. Like, that's just not available to be sold. And again, there's no actual manufacturing cost to it at all. Or if they could change it to defense infinity for Noctoyager, it'd have no more complaints. Well, frankly, I don't want them to just turn stuff into infinity missions that can be AFK'd. What I really want is them to just make meaningful expansions to the gameplay experience that incentivize active play more. Because if I had some Noctoyager manual mission that would give me, like, double wedges, but is, like, difficult, I would do that so much more. And that's one of the deals with Maids. Like, Maids isn't really difficult. It's just, I have a lot of menu to go through. And that's what I feel like is the main issue, is that the just normal gameplay experience is not engaging enough, so people just want to not play it. And I can't blame them for that. And that's also why I've said before, nobody's asking for AFKable chase. Because people generally like playing chase. They just typically don't have enough of a reason to participate in the game mode. Oh, what the? Hold on. Let me see the Reddit post. It got buried. OP just compared DNA conspiracy to the files. React on shit. Okay. Yeah, let's take a look at this. Gotta open this up in a new tab. Alright. Let's turn down the music for a bit. Yeah, let's see this. Okay, DNA was a 10-cent up. So strap on the tinfoil hats, boys. I believe Duet Night Abyss was paid off to move their gacha and self-sabotage the game to write the narrative that gachaless games don't thrive. None of the decisions made over the past 6 months, okay, it hasn't even been 6 months, reflect a company intent on improving their game. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm like being so silent about this. Like just what? What? I don't even know how to unpack this. This isn't even like a glazing situation here. Like I'm not even like, but you are like literally just ignoring anything. Like literally anything. Like are we just any update? Like I guess adding QOL features does not constitute improving the game? What? Fake the move. Now they are milking money out of the player base? What money? Genuine question, what money are they milking? Like who are they milking? And once DNA goes EOS, it sets a hard precedent for games like Ananta, which might have to re-add gacha back after how bad this was. What? This guy does know that, like Tencent has full control over what happens in Ananta, right? Like, if they wanted gacha to be in Ananta, they didn't have to set a precedent for it. Like, people were fully expecting Ananta to be a gacha game. And they just took it in a different direction because it would be better for the gameplay. But, like, they're the publisher. They should have, like, full control over the monetization of that game. Like, they would be able to just mandate it. Like, why would they have to go bribe another company that is, published by another publisher to self-sabotage and put, like, a big black stain on all of their careers so that they can then go to the game that they already own and have presumably, like, full control over, at least in terms of, like, monetization, and re-add the gacha. Like, what? Before this game released, the devs spent a lot of time coming and addressing their wants for the game, community, and how they plan to communicate to players. And they're not doing that still? Now it feels like they don't even exist? Okay, what are, like, a terrible... I actually closed the Lino bulletins from before, but, like... We literally just got... Like, it was, like... 2 days ago. And they're supposed to be on vacation right now. Like, it's supposed to be vacation time for them. And we just got, like, a freaking change like this that's, like, so hotly wanted by the community. Like, what? Genuinely, why would you do graphical overhauls and improve co-op if they just want to EOS improvement point? Yeah, exactly. Why would Hero Games still be hiring new developers to work on the game, hire UE4 engineers, mobile optimization teams, and character... Yeah, exactly. Like, how do you just click post on this? Who is this guy? Ah. I see. Okay, never mind. That's not a coincidence. The gacha industry is big, and anything could threaten Tencent's monopoly. Anything that could threaten Tencent's monopoly has to be checked. Oh wait, I got it mixed up. I got NetEase and Tencent mixed up. Okay, it's NetEase that owns Ananta. And sorry. Yeah, somebody's probably gonna call me like racist for getting like two giant Chinese mobile gacha conglomerates mixed up, but whatever. It's amazing. Before launch, those people were praising DNA for removing gacha. Well, we don't know that. Yeah, like just the amount of things that you have, like the amount of abject reality that would have to be ignored in order to like post something like this is insane. Retard. Exactly. Okay, so you said that the comments for this were gold. I'm convinced they only removed gacha because they knew the game would fail immediately otherwise. The gacha market right now is crazy oversaturated, and the standard for a good gacha is insanely high. Started with Genshin, moving gacha from a mobile cash grab slop to actual game, then Wuthering Waves and other games. After Genshin, that improved on the formula. Gachas are the only genre where a free mobile game can be so high quality and feel like a real game. Is it though? Is it though? Is it though? Is it though? Genuine question. Like, I'm not an avid mobile gamer, but I mean, there's like COD Mobile. I mean, granted, that is like a mobile version of an already existing game franchise, but there are plenty of mobile games out there that are, frankly, like high quality and I'd say arguably just as successful. I mean, it's not like mobile gaming is a genre. It's a platform. I mean, isn't Balacho just like one of the greatest mobile games ever? That, like, everybody consistently agrees is? How's the maze farming? Have you tried any new strats for maze? Not really. I mean, to be fair, if it was a gacha, I wouldn't have played this game, especially because Warframe exists. Also, what's up, Virus? Just joining? Yeah. I mean, when it comes to, like, they change it from a gacha because it would have failed as a gacha, I'd say that's less because, like, the game just isn't good, and more so just because, like, the gacha fatigue has really been setting in, and the bar for people to, like, put up with gacha BS of, like, game quality is so high now. Yeah, and also, yeah, gacha is a model, not a game genre. And let's also not pretend that gacha games themselves are the pinnacle of quality, either. Or are really all that free-to-play friendly. I mean, there are some that you can play for free, but to say that you're getting the full experience out of it completely for free, I'd say is a pretty big misnomer. Yeah, but I'm definitely of the opinion that Duet Night Abyss would not have succeeded as a gacha game, mostly because I have played a game that is kind of like that exact mirror. I have played Destiny Rising, and it was actually how I got my channel started,
And that is literally the exact model that Duet Night Abyss would have fallen under if it launched as a gacha game. And I don't know how many of you played it. Like, I do know that there are still some people who are, like, who still stuck around. But Destiny Rising is not in a good state at all. And it is literally just because of the gacha model itself. That is the primary thing that is wrong with the game. Yep. The fact that they have designed it to be just enough enjoyable to seek the banners more is always an L. Yeah. Like, think that people would put this much effort into a game, the music and storytelling, all the marketing, just throw it away and make less money if it happens? Yeah, exactly. Also, gotcha after my wife in the ass. Ignore that. Oh, okay. Card check his reply. This must be your first time watching a game die from the inside. Wait. Really? Down here? DNA was never a good enough game to succeed as a gacha because the standards are too high. No gacha player will play DNA when WUA, ZZZ, and Field, etc. exist. They knew this, so they removed the gacha to give themselves a selling point and a big marketing move. Or, I mean, they could also have just removed the gacha because they, like, played the game and realized, hey, this kind of stinks. Hey, Virus, could you make a video tutorial on the new Mecha Puppet event? I mean, I could. From what I've played of it so far, it is pretty easy. You can... Oh, wait, I'm in the middle of a maze run. I can't show it. But there is, like... I haven't played enough of it to really, like, get into all the high difficulties. Even if Tencent wasn't the cause of them removing gacha, no one in their right mind would be wanting their game to succeed, would be making decisions they are making. I'm not tweaking here, right? Like, I'm not in some, like, bizarro mind world where just... I don't have something wrong with my brain, and I'm just seeing, like, the patch notes, and I'm going like, wow, great change. Wow, great change. Wow, great change. Like, it's not me, right? It's changed Twitch title to Farm Idiots on Reddit. Fires, do you stream and make vids for a living, or do you also have a job? I technically also have a job, but I haven't worked there for a bit. I am trying to primarily work through streaming. Gacha games are glorified slot machines with a game built around them. The thing is, if we get a good game, in spite of the monetization, I'm okay with that. And that's why I still keep playing Wuthering Waves. The issue is that most other gacha games don't really have that same draw to me of, like, quality or presentation as Wuthering Waves had. It still has. I'd rather farm to just get my characters than spend limited resources or spend money for one character. And let's not forget the 50-50 system. Exactly. DNA was not a bad game at all and had the makings of a high-quality game that could be built on. But I believe to keep the gacha free in check, Tencent paid off DNA to fold to either let Ananta be unchallenged or to keep the narrative the gacha free doesn't work. Okay, yeah. Oh. Ugh. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Alright. Yeah. Let's go ahead and skip that. Now I believe the management of this game is made up of the most incompetent people on Earth that were handed a great idea but shat on it with the worst decisions ever. I mean, I can, like, 1/4 of the way agree with this. Because from what we've heard, it is a lot of higher ups that are making some, like, pretty shitty decisions that are kind of shooting the aim in the foot. Like, pushing the release schedule a lot sooner than it really should have been. And the pushing of the current monetization style is, like, with the gacha stuff and the Prism Shop especially, is definitely not ideal. But beyond that, like, everything gameplay-wise, outside of, like, maybe the current event structure, but a lot of that is also just because that stuff that was planned prior to the shift is not really, like, I'm not really seeing it there. In fact, I'm seeing kind of the opposite there. But has it even gone to, no way, there's some files, but ain't no way. Conspiracies are true from the files, so my theory must, oh, ain't no way he actually says that. It's like people have Stockholm Syndrome from gachas and think that the gacha actually makes the game better. Yeah, the thing is that it's not like the majority of gacha games even use the funding that they get from the gacha model to make the game, like, exceptionally better. The only game that I can really say that I'm confident has been, like, continually reinvested to is Wuthering Waves, and even then, if you think that Wuthering Waves is, like, of the same level of quality compared to the revenue that could pull in, like, even then, like, with it being, in my opinion, the best gacha on the market right now, it still would, like, kind of fall short of that compared to some other titles that we have that aren't. Yeah. And sadly, nothing can fix that. Well, I mean, something can fix it. They can get fired. They can leave the company. But, well, we'll see. Or they can have their minds changed somehow. Picture this: in any other game that is doing awful, you make urgent statements, you modify stuff, you try to become generous, etc. I've seen CEOs speak out for a ton less, but there's no sign of anything happening, which means that whoever is greenlighting stuff and overseeing the game doesn't give a crap or simply believes they're doing the right thing. Dangerous. At the end of the day, this game is ran by greedy and shady movements, just like any other gacha. Okay, that is definitely a wild statement. Like, again, I think this guy is only, like, looking at the freaking 60 prism mount and is literally ignoring everything else. I mean, like, that's the only way that I can reason that you have, like, hyper-focused this much on, like, how shit things are. Like, that's the only possible way that I can think of that you could have this opinion. I don't think DNA really removed gacha just to EOS anyway. That's the dumbest decision of any business or investor that could make. It's not even like it's directly benefiting anyone if this game were to just, like, yeah. I mean, the thing is, if they were just, like, planning on pumping and dumping, they'd literally just release it as a gacha, make, like, 40 million in 1 month, and then completely gut all future plans for game support and let it fizzle out. Your games touched me while I slept. True. For me, it's WoW and CZN. The only thing I don't like about this DNA update is the price of skins. Exactly. Plus, I haven't been able to stop playing this patch. Been grinding like 2 hours a day. Yep. That's really the only, like, major issue that I could say that hasn't been at least talked about in Duet Night Abyss. It's just, like, the current monetization and, like, cosmetic model that is going on right now. And even at that, I'd still say it is not as bad as I've seen in other games. That
can guarantee you probably don't have as many posts like this about him. It's not fair because I want to be awake for it, but when I woke up, I only had leftover cream on me. Holy crap. Okay. Yes, DNA, a game where you can infinitely grind for weapons and characters for free, but the skin is a little scuffed versus every other gacha where you have to pay money to get characters and skins. Yeah, but DNA is clearly worse. Precisely. I wonder what it takes to have a mindset like this. Like, holy shit, okay, anime gacha style game, but you don't have to wait a year to get your favorite character. They're all available all the time. If you just play, it's a slam dunk out of the park, field goal level genius idea, and they squandered it as if they want to make it, like, yeah, like, yeah, I thought that from, like, the first few days that I took a quick look at the Reddit, I thought things were getting a little bit better here, but I guess that was entirely wrong. Because, like, these people are still getting upvotes with, like, these absolutely hyperbolic statements. Like, are we actually at the point where we are agreeing that the game has been entirely squandered? Yes, it's confirmed that Ananta is not going to have a character gacha. Well, the thing is, like, it's 10 upvotes, but it's in a thread like this? I mean, I guess if you're coming down after a post like this, most rational people probably saw this, downvoted it, and then just like, how does this have one upvote at all? Let me refresh the page. I accidentally... Okay, there we go. Again, like, how does this not have, like, negative 35 or something? I don't know, have they stopped showing negative upvotes on Reddit? Or negative downvotes? But, like, any rational person probably saw this, downvoted it, and then, like, clicked off. So the only people who are left are the people who read this and were like, yes, I agree with at least, like, most of this. So that's probably why these comments are actually getting... this must be your first time watching a game die from the inside. Like, if you genuinely, like, if you think the game is actually, like, dying, I think you're a little bit, like, misguided up here. Because I watched the game very actively and very rapidly die that, like, all these things that are being said about DNA was actually true about. And again, like, I always bring up Destiny Rising, but, like, literally, you could make, like, basically every single post about, or, like, take every single comment or statement from this that they're talking about DNA, except for, like, the conspiracy stuff, and then just apply it to Rising, and I'd be like, oh yeah, that's 100% true. Like, am I secretly in the Destiny Rising subreddit? And, like, I just didn't notice? Like, if somebody bugged my browser and have put, like, some weird extension that just swaps the Reddit names? But the thing is, just about every single player that was, like, a pretty active player from launch and stuck around post-launch, I have seen, like, consistently continue to stick around for Duet Night Abyss. Could not say the same about Rising. Like, 4 months in Rising? I mean, hell, even 2 months. Like, Destiny Rising after 2 months was in a worse state than Duet Night Abyss is right now, and Destiny Rising now is, like, gone. It's, like, gone. Check the reply to that one? Okay. Oh, boy. After the files came out, every conspiracy proven true, you think it's too much? Considering gacha is a best... Oh my gosh, this guy's actually a nut job.
Destiny Rising is just collecting data, don't worry. True. Can't wait to hear the same copy-paste in post about Nanta as DNA did. Yeah. Like, it's just gonna be the exact same repeat. I don't think people would care about gacha if they just had weapon skins only and everything else on a limited duration purchase from the event. And the dice system should be like Warframe as well. Well, yeah, I agree. The thing is, I just want the gacha isms to be fully gone. Like, I don't really... I'm okay with, like, a limited rotation of things. Like, regularly refreshing stuff in the shop, kind of like how Fortnite does it. Or maybe a bit better than what Fortnite does. Though, something with that is definitely that you need to have a longer running game and a larger, like, library of cosmetics to actually showcase. Imagine spending all this time and energy posting about a game that you don't like. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I literally could never. The only times I talk about Rising is when it's, like, actually relevant to a conversation. But I'm not actively going out of my way to go into the Destiny Rising subreddit or the Destiny Rising Discord to just, like, shit on the game. Because I have no reason to do so. I'm gonna give it, like, one more chance when they do that Season 4 launch, because that's when they said that they were gonna be doing, like, their major overhauls and stuff, and that'll be either where I go back into it, or I 100% give up on it. But until then, like, it's barely a thought in my mind. Well, I already did go to OP's profile. It's, like, full of different gachas. Remove the gacha and make direct purchase? Exactly! Not be all shit on Destiny Rising 24/7. Well, the thing is, I'll only talk about it when it's relevant. Because, like, I have some experience from that, and I literally did actively watch it die from the inside. And what's kind of crazy is that it's literally, like, the actual inverse of Duet Night Abyss. That is the insane part to me. Where Destiny Rising was a game that, you know, released as a gacha, but would have been much better as a non-gacha game. And had a very, very, like, positive, huge honeymoon phase. Like, everybody loved Rising, like, week 1, week 2. Outside of, like, a small few people. In fact, Destiny 2 players will still gas up Destiny Rising. Like, that's the crazy thing to me. And, like, that really just tells me, okay, you haven't played this game for more than 2 weeks. Yeah. Like, it has, like, all the positive sentiment about it. Except for, like, within the game's, like, most dedicated circles. And I went in there, you know, I grinded it out super hard in the first, like, month, 2 months, 3 months. Oh, it was almost 3 months. And, you know, I was having a grand old time with it, but, you know, I noticed the issues. And I was like, hey, you know, this is something that it may not be a big deal right now to a lot of people, but it is going to be a major problem coming really, really soon. And everybody was just like, no, it's not a big issue, you know, you're being a Doom poster, you're all this and that and stuff. And I'm like, bro, it's not looking good. It's not looking, I love the game, but, like, this stuff is gonna be a major problem. It's just like, no. Yep. And then, you know, come Season 2, I have, like, my whole spat with it. And I'm just like, you know, I'm gonna take a break. I'm not really seeing the vision. You know, so long. And, you know, yeah, there's a lot of people in the comment section who are just like, good riddance. Or even crazier, oh, you'll be back. You'll be back. And cut to season 3 and today, where it's got like no motion at all, and they have continually just like neglected to make the necessary improvements and changes to the game. Yeah. Okay, got pent up anger. Well, yeah, because I mean, the thing is, I was right about it. And just because I was talking about it like 2 weeks or 4 weeks before everybody else was at that point, you know, they were just like freaking saying, "Oh, you're wrong. You know, like nothing's wrong with the game. It's perfect as it is." And, you know, it's looking very real that Destiny Rising could be, you know, EOSing in, like, this year. And, you know, cut to Duet Night Abyss, where it's, like, literally the inverse of that, where it's, like, everybody's trying their very best to shit on it. It released without gacha, which was the best decision for it. And it has been actually, instead of like stagnating, slowing down, releasing like no content, it's been like building up block by block, making better and better improvements to each update. And that's why Duet Night Abyss still has a very active core player base. It's why I can still go into Duet Night Abyss and post a video during like a new patch and get like a solid few thousand views. Okay, you know, wanna know what game you can't do that for? Destiny Rising. Like, nobody cares. Yeah. Just tuned in, I'm a new DNA player. Is the game dying? No, it's not dying. Anybody who's telling you that the game is, like, actively dying right now is just either being hyperbolic or they've got an agenda to push. What you've been hearing about me talk about right now is Destiny Rising, a very different game. As DNA had a chance to almost copy-paste Warframe Redemption arc, as it was, if you go all the way back to Warframe 2013, they had a very similar rough launch at the first, and they beat their own launch day peak was 1 year later. I'd say DNA is improving faster in a way. Oh yeah, it is improving so fast. Like, that's a crazy thing to me. Like, I was not expecting me to be feeling like this with Duet Night Abyss. I was kind of feeling that it would be, like, kind of, like, a bit slow for a couple more months, but it's already, like, at that part where I feel like we're at, like, that start of an upturn. Because I feel like Duet Night Abyss started here, and then went down, like, here, and then it was, like, 1.1 was like this, and then, like, this, and then, 1.2 is looking like this. So if, like, 1.3 can do this, and 1.4 does this, that's the kind of trajectory that I'm seeing for this game. Yep. Okay, I'll trust y'all. This game's really good, so I'm hoping. Oh, yeah. Like, I don't think the devs are going to be content to just, like, leave the game as it is. Like, they have been working their asses off. Oh, boy, what's this? Ladies and gentlemen, I got him? Ain't no way. What do you mean you got me? Confirmed kit. Oh. Okay. You kind of drew a smiley face? A little bit. Yeah, a little bit. Let's see. Tencent owns it, and Tencent is a massive corporate conglomerate. DNA won't EOS, but they're heavily pressured to improve. Does Tencent own Hero Games? Dude, I played a real dying game, and even when its player base left is 20 from 10k, I still play daily with friends for hours. So even now, it's not EOS. So don't worry, do you know, hey, it won't EOS? Well, it also depends on just, like, how much it's worth to keep servers going. Am I serious? Is what you will look like Kokomi? Yeah, I can kind of see it a little bit. I believe that in the Mebius that believes in the game, he knows more than anyone that believes enough to buy Isaac Shiliu outright. Oh, yeah. And the thing is, like, from what we've already heard from people like Meb and Queen, it is, like, the devs are crunching unbelievably hard to make this game improve. Like, these people are hungry to make a splash. These aren't the kind of people who are just looking to make a good game. Okay, these are the people who want to make a game changer. No, Tencent does not directly own Duet Night Abyss. The game developed by Pan Studio and published by Hero Games, both of which are part of Hero Entertainment, while Tencent is a major shareholder. Okay. Hero Games and in Hero Games and other projects, such as 51.4 stake in Kuro Games, is not listed as the owner of Duet Night Abyss developer or publisher. Okay. If the player base gets to Metal Gear Survive levels of down bad, then we can panic. So far it's far from that. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, viewership for Duet Night Abyss has still remained pretty consistent across, like, the, like, major dip. It's not like things have gotten worse. Okay? And, in fact, in a lot of ways, viewership has improved a bit since, like, the 1.1 release. Which is not something that I can say about in actual dying game like Destiny Rising. Because I saw Rising going on a very, very steep downtrend. And lo and behold, like nowadays, it's like it can barely hit 1,000 views on like the average video from the top creators. Increase the grind even more to scare off the haters while the devs cook under the radar into a masterpiece comeback. Yep. No. I think we've gotten all we can from this Reddit post, I'm gonna be honest. So we got one guy speaking to them that makes 0 cents and 10 cents, owns most of the stocks in Digital Extreme, who currently develops Warframe, Riot Games, who runs Valorant, Funcom, Grinding Gear Games, Tencent owns 80% of PoE. They have zero reason to ask the game to self-sabotage. It's a majority of the games practically own or hold majority stake in are non-gacha games. Edit, okay, you have to be trolling. You just tried to justify your tinfoil theory using Epstein files. Massive. Yo, we got a super chat with 100 THB. Thank you, Karuto Panda. Karuto Pandi. Sorry. I don't know how much a THB is, but thank you for 100 of them. Alright, let's turn the music back up a bit, since we're done with like all of the reading and stuff. Is there a restriction to the Genomon who completes the puzzles? Mine does not work on most missions. You have to have the passive trait applied and the Genomon with the passive trait equipped. 1.3 patch notes added the ability to bury the Genomons in unprotected hand-holding sessions. 3 out of 3 weekly cap. Ain't no way! For sure, Hero Games is a private corporation. I don't think there's any public shareholding. I don't know the situation about it whatsoever. If anything, people from Warframe will also help keep the ENA alive as well. Yeah. And the thing is, it'd be one thing if the devs said, oh yeah, like, we're expecting to make, like, several $1,000 million when the game comes out. Like, it's gonna be a major success. Like, we're gonna beat Genshin Impact. If they were talking like that, and we got those numbers, that would have been an issue. But what they said prior to launch was, yeah, we are sacrificing the short-term gains of this game for the long-term benefit of it. So they went into this fully expecting that, yeah, we're probably not going to make any return on investment for the first year. And instead, we are going to build it up more and more over time and then hit like peak from then on out. I mean, if you want to see a game that has that exact same like mindset, I mean, I could just go to Google Trends. Let's see. Yeah. All right. So, easiest comparison to like what a mindset like that will give you. Okay. So, like Warframe versus Destiny 2. Okay. And obviously, it has to be longer than the past 7 days. Let's do past 5 years. Yeah. So, this is what that mindset will give you. Warframe was lagging behind Destiny. Actually, I could even do like 2004 to present. Okay. Warframe was hella lagging behind Destiny 2. And, you know, this is back when Destiny was still the main game, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, hella lagging behind Destiny 2 for the majority of its lifespan, okay? But they just kept applying themselves to the game, slowly improving it over time, and you would see that Destiny would hit higher and higher peaks than it, okay? And it would remain consistently more popular and better. Well, not necessarily better, but more popular and better performing. That's what I meant by better. But it got to a point where Destiny 2 stopped like hitting. They kept making poor changes. The game stopped improving, and you can see that, you know, after October 2019, which I'm pretty sure was Beyond Light around then, I think. Or was it? It might have been Shadowkeep. I think it was Shadowkeep. Yeah, it was. I'm pretty sure it was Shadowkeep. But after that point, it started tapering off, and it got a huge jump from Lightfall. But the issue is, Lightfall was terrible. Okay? And then after that, you can see Warframe actually eclipses it for its second time. Over here. And then they do Final Shape. And then after Final Shape, it's just gone. Like, Warframe is just constantly going over there. And the Steam charts are even more telling. Because, like, search trends is one thing. But if we go to Steam charts, this is, like, the even more telling thing. I'm broke. 100 Thai pot is only about $3 your channel. Will help me learn a lot about the game. Nice work. Sorry, can't donate a lot to repay. Nah, it's cool, man. Only pay what you can. It's all chill. Thank you again for the other dono. Yeah, the Warframe line is significantly more steady. But what's really more telling are the Steam charts. Because if we take a look at the Warframe Steam charts, compared to, like, Destiny Steam charts, Warframe was consistently gaining in average player base on, like, a month-by-month basis. Or at least maintaining it. Okay? Like, obviously, they'd have their major spikes whenever they do, like, a big release. But it wasn't really... Or they never really hit a spot where they had, like, major player bleed out, and they are hitting consistently higher averages compared to where they were earlier in their development, especially very early into their release. Okay? And you take a look at Destiny 2, and it is basically the exact opposite. Like, they did hit, or they were remaining relatively consistent, but, like, they had big highs and even bigger lows. And that was a consistent deal until, like, Final Shape, where they hit, like, their highest, or close to their highest again. I don't think they actually beat Lightfall. And then it's just gone. And we get to today, and they can barely manage, like, 10k on a 24-hour peak. Compared to when they were usually managing, like, 40 to 80k. Yeah, the entire company tempered expectations. They had to convince a whole room full of corporate suits to remove gacha. That doesn't happen lightly. Exactly. Yep. You guys are just helping him with the auto hack. That's nice. Yep. Thai people are growing, I told you. What? I mean, I'm just kind of surprised how much of an international audience that I have. I actually get a lot of Japanese viewers on YouTube, which is also pretty surprising. Yep, Mr. Worldwide. Yeah. Yeah, streamer not reading Twitch chat after. Well, I did read through it, at least like as much as I could. But it looked like you were just mostly helping the guy through the Genomon stuff. I mean, there might have been one message that I didn't see. Yeah, I read like every single message that wasn't you guys just helping the one guy with the auto hack Genomon. But between like yapping and reading and stuff, there's so many opportunities for me to this stuff. So you tweaking yet? Not because of Maze. I was tweaking a little bit because of the Reddit post. But that was just like absolute insanity to the like 10th degree. Is there an option to merge White Team Twitch chat, by the way? Am I using it? I don't think there is an option to do that. Now read mine? Okay. I read it. Hope you're happy. Let's see. Alright. More Glimmerfly. What artifacts do we have here? Ooh, there's this one. Okay. That's pretty good. Sure, I'll get, like, Blazing Steel. I think JP has a small base that really liked it. Oh, yeah, like, from what I've seen, JP really likes Duet Night Abyss as a whole. Like, during the game's whole launch period, I got so many posts about Duet Night Abyss from JP. Wah! No scroll up. Scroll up beyond that? Okay. Hashtag looking low. I set repack to try. What? YouTube shot on Twitch is bannable? Yeah, that's like scuffed. Do we get any new strats for Maze since my last Maze video? I don't think so. I'm not sure if I'd classify them as like new strats. It's mostly just we're still using the same characters. None of the new characters are really better mazers than the ones that we already had before. And it is mostly just like the same kind of strats. You go for Penitence Knights and like Glimmerflies, and that's really it. Just spam blues until you're all done. Yeah, compared to CN community, who have basically messed in this game and actively involved in feedback closest to death. Yeah. I am so glad this game has, like, CN activity. You meant views? Oh. Okay. Well, let's see. Gotta do more Maze. Man, oh, jeez, I've already been streaming for 4. Man, it felt like barely any time at all. But, you know, I guess that's how it is when I actually am well rested for a change. Oh, am I tripping? Or your Psyche outfit skin, but not weapon? Doesn't it bother you that it doesn't match? The CBD would go crazy. I mean, I do have the weapon skin. I just haven't recolored it to be like that. I'm not like really too crazy OCD about it. All right. Got the explosion here. He's almost gone. Oh crap! That's sanity. No! Ah, no! Of course. And that's me running out of everything. Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna let myself die so I get all my sanity back. Either that or I'm just gonna be able to beat her. Alright, well it looks like I'll probably just be able to beat her. There we go. And also, yeah, thank you for another 100 THB. I don't know, I don't remember if I said thank you for that again. Really appreciate it. Don't crack your fingers, card. Crack your finger. Your crack. Oh, what? I am a bit baffled at the decision to make Eldritch Fervor use Rage instead of Focus in his crafting recipe. I think another wedge uses Focus. But yeah, it was a little bit weird. But there we go. I've got all the blueprints now. So now it's just getting more coins. Awesome. I can craft the gold in full bloom. Okay, I'll go ahead and do that. Why not? With the wedgecraft being increased, they really need to change how much traces, because God, it takes so much to buy at the store. Yes, I agree. We need a maze update. Please give us a maze update. Do the ranged weapon artifacts affect maze? Affect constants wedges from? Yes, they do. They do affect ranged constants weapons. Quick funny thingy before bed for me. All right, I'll drink some more water just for you. Yo, with the 400? I see, by the way, I think I know why I like your channel now. You sound like MTash a lot. And I didn't care why, but MTash accent is fun to listen to. I stopped watching him because he doesn't cover games I play anymore, and now I can watch you instead. Yay, I'm mini MTash! This is the second time that Soda's compared to me to MTash, and now it's got me a little bit worried. I think I might have to get a little bit crazier now. Distance myself for a minute, a little bit. I don't know, was MTash like really unhinged back in the day? I didn't really watch him all that much before. MTash 0. Gamers! Oh dear. If the MTash added more mobs that just cut the floors in half, that alone would speed up the grind time. Yes, please. Less menuing, more gameplay. Yes, he was. Oh dear. Am I gonna like cover a game that is like really, really big and then I crash out of it and then I'm just chasing that high for the rest of my life? Oh no. Somebody save me! Alright, well, I think at the very least I can start crafting other wedges, though. Let's see. We'll go... I can, yep, craft all 9 of these that I need. Also, well, thank you again for the 100 THB. Am I American? Yes, I am American. Full-blooded. Quit playing Duet Night Abyss Part 2? Oh no. Nonsense predictions? I predict that it's gonna be fun. I just checked Billy Billy and I'm surprised that DNA is getting decent views there. I thought CN hated this game. I mean, there are so many false narratives that have been spread about Duet Night Abyss. I'm not surprised that Sid is actually kind of like fucking with it. I should craft these uplifts and these serenities. Just because I am going to actually be getting an electro sport later, so having those available will be good. And I am going to be grinding out a lot more coins, so is that. I foresee RP lobbies, dude. If Duet Night Abyss gets RP lobbies, it'll never EOS. Like, straight up. Because the RP economy of a game like Final Fantasy XIV is absolutely insane. Like, if you think Final Fantasy XIV is one of the biggest, like, most consistent MMOs out there because it's, like, just really, really good in terms of, like, gameplay and stuff, I mean, that's part of the reason. One of the parts of the reason. But, like, the secret that really keeps it afloat is that there are a bunch of people who are willing to spend, like, hundreds of dollars to be, like, their perfect little princess kitten online. Like there are actually... You can actually pay e-girls to go on, like, e-dates with you in Final Fantasy XIV. That's insane to me. You assume they aren't already there? They also could be. But if they, like, capture that market, and honestly, with the way they're going with the story, they really could. It's gonna get kind of crazy, I'm just gonna say. I mean, what do you think? Well, like, Roblox is also just one of those games that there's so much RP on there. Which is kind of messed up to say because it's a freaking kids game. But that's just how it is. Let's see if I just got that ERP knowledge. I'm not talking from experience, though. I have knowledge over it. I do not have experience. Okay. The only RP that I play is tabletop role-playing games. That's it. Think Virus may have RP as a cat in those games? Why would I RP as a cat? What am I just supposed to, like, walk around the map and go like, meow, 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 meow? That sounds stupid. Sure. Okay. They're funding the game, and Mem handles the wiki stuff, making Commission Bot, just helping out with devs in general. Dude, Commission Bot, peak, okay? The fact that we actually have some freaking API tool like that in the game, or for the game already, is insane to me. Yo, thanks again for another 100 THB. Can I even clear endgame and DNA with my weird OCD rule of every unit cannot exceed Intron 0 and weapon, but also not refined? Never done endgame before? Yeah, you can. You totally can. If you get plus 10 wedges, you should be able to clear endgame just fine, even at Intron 0. Though I don't really see a reason why you should keep characters at Intron 0, because Introns are just a normal part of progression in Smelts 2. Yeah, he's already get IRL command now? Okay. This game is good, too bad it's in the files. Ain't no way. Ugh. I know it's rage bait, why am I still upset? I jacked up on Kool-Aid with my undies twerking on my bed while watching Little Egg Dash. I think that might be the most unhinged thing you've said yet. We're just saying something. Holy crap.
How do you always manage to top yourself? Golly. Well, I gotta... I'm gonna keep playing Maze at least for, like, another... I think 15 clears, because I want to at least have 100k threads before going into the next month. I mean, honestly, I should probably just pre-farm the whole thing. They should increase the run speed of that ridiculous greatsword charging mage. Oh yeah, for sure. Maybe it scales off of your attack speed. As long as made a lurker giggle, that's all that matters. Hitting gold to date. Yes? What is this clip? Okay, what did you clip me now, Liz? Oh, not
Am I
this.
just supposed to, like, walk around the map and go, like, meow, meow, meow?
Oh, okay, okay, buddy. Okay. Damn, imagine if Maze had co-op, dude. Make it Risk of Rain 2, add co-op. Game is like 3 times better. Instantly. I mean, imagine just the selling point of that. It's just like, you can play Risk of Rain with anime girls for free. I'd be able to tell that to my friends and get them on the game. It's gonna be hard as shit to do, but it'll be worth it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. Just a little meow meow. Just a little. Mini M-Dash, getting Intron feels like spending too many secret clues for a new unit to power creep. I can play, or can't play multiple hours a day, so I think I won't have enough resources and time to I6 multiple. You'll get more than enough secret letter clues, especially from, like, the new events. You're getting, like, loads. That should not really be a factor to you. It's genuinely going to take more effort to get multiple characters to, like, level 80 with a full wedge build than it would to get a character to Intron 6. Trust me, secret letters will not be the main thing you're capped on in this game. It does scale off celerity. It looks goofy when you run with high attack speed with the greatsword. Oh boy. Well, I can't wait to see what it's going to be like when we've got even more attack speed wedges. Meow test. Is that what I should, like, title my stream as? On, like, April Fool's... Oh, great. It's just gonna be Penitent Tonight. Going, well, run's dead. I just call myself Meowtash on April Fool's Day. Alright, I'm gonna need to get either, like, a ton more damage or a ton more skill efficiency. Otherwise, I am finished. I see, but my main goal is to unlock every character and weapon in the game. Well, I mean, if that's your main goal, then yeah, go ahead and get started with it. But again, you're not really going to have a major issue of getting, like, introns or smelts. Like, secret letters, especially with all the new event buffs, will not be a major bottleneck for you. Or should not be a major bottleneck for you. I left my exploration, came back to my 95 minutes rhythm, dead at wave 36, level 180s, look at me. Oh no. That's unfortunate. Let's see. Ammo chest. Picking up items, source 4 points of sanity. Yeah, I'm gonna need to get more sanity upgrades. And I think I can get that from the, what's it called? Seaborn Immune? Oh yeah, reduce Genome on support cooldown. Easy. Yep. And the ammo supply chest, that'll also count. Alright, yo, Tesh, I'm enlightened now. Time to go to my... Isaac's my wife, Rebecca, so she can summon 5 Kumbos instead of 3. Splendid. Alright, well, I hope you have a great time with that. I mean, we're, like, literally getting, I think, like, 3,000 secret letter clues from these 2 events, like the auto chess one and the just, like, hang out in a co-op area for an hour event. So, it's gonna be way more than doable. Meaty test. I hope that it doesn't become a community meme on the same tier as the cat. Now that I said that, it's probably gonna be one, isn't it? Let's see. Picking up items against Ultra Shield. I don't need that. Let's see. Oh, there we go. That gets me the Seaborn Moon upgrade. I think that should be enough to get my Sandy? Sandy regen high enough, I think. Cat sus. Alright. Well, it looks like... Okay, yeah, with the Seaborn Moon, I definitely have enough. Splendid. Okay. Nope, I was able to save it.
More than optimal. Okay, I just saw your DM. I'm gonna try... Yeah, I'm gonna try that. And I'll have to open up my editing program real quick. Just put it out on the side monitor, so... let me drag it? Alright, there we go. Just a quick edit. I'll be back to the amazing soon enough. Alright. And just have to make sure it's all aligned. And adjust slim. Apologize if there are any chat messages that I hadn't gotten to just yet. I will be at them momentarily. Alright. Got the good music going. Corteshed. What? Real secret letter clue sync is when you start doing plus and gold wedges? Yeah. Get your ass back in the maze right now. I'm gonna. Just have to quickly save this edit. And upload. Export. Alright. Gonna have to get some more coins. I think having like a surplus of 5 million will probably be... Well, I'm gonna need at least 2 million. Well, actually more than 2 million. I think I need like 3 million. To be perfectly lined. Trying to just make this last adjustment. You close that image folder pretty fast. I didn't close it. That's literally just exporting it. I don't have anything hiding there. It's just my, like, usual meme folder. Alright. I'll make that adjustment real quick. And let's see. Like that. Splendid. Okay. Export, save, done. Okay. And it's time to update the autopsy report. Alright. Sorry for the brief pause. 5 terabyte homework folder. You think I have a homework folder? You think I do school? Release the virus files? I don't have any files. Hiding the kit. What do you mean the kitten pics? Ain't no way. This is slander, I say. That's exactly what they would say if they were hiding some. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. But, I mean, genuinely, why would I keep something like that on a computer that I just actively stream and work on? Like, do I seem like the kind of guy who would open up Notepad on stream? Do I seem like that? So you thought about how to hide it? What do you mean? Okay. Being unhinged, be ungovernable? I'm already ungovernable. Oh, so you have 2 computers? Smart? Nope, only one. I just don't have one. You think I'm wealthy enough to have 2 computers? You're tweaking. Says the guy paying taxes. You got me there. You really did get me there. I do have to pay those. At least for YouTube. I didn't wind up making enough money off of Twitch this year to have to pay taxes on it, so... Or for them to send me a tax form for it. So that's fun. And frankly, with the amount of business expenses that I've had between the editor and the in-game purchases, I'm probably not going to have to pay, like, anything. I mean, there are just so many things, like, so many purchases, like the lamps, microphone, camera, all the in-game purchases, I mean, that's... And also all the editing expenses, like... That should be... I'm actually kind of scared to tally it all up. Wealthy enough to pay taxes, I knew he's rolling in it. Brutal. Alright. Olympic exchange. Yeah, I'll do some more Call the Ocean. Yeah.
Dude, I really do hope they can actually pull off that whole thing where they just eliminate income tax. That would be the most base thing ever. Because if I stop having to pay income tax, that would be just a dream. Could you just imagine, or at least not paying federal income tax, but could you just imagine making money and not having to pay taxes on it? I know Florida already doesn't have, like, state income tax, but eliminating federal income tax beyond that would be so good. Alright, well, not really any... Well, actually, let me see if there's another C1 moon. Okay. Sir, we have a warrant for a 15 terabyte device in a folder called Homework. Well, you're gonna have to look elsewhere because I only got 4 terabytes in this computer. So, I don't know where you got the other 11 from. But I don't got that kind of money. Billionaires agree? No. If you think that billionaires are genuinely paying that much, like, off of income tax, like they haven't done, like, 15,000 workarounds, you might be a little bit uninformed. Because they pull some real wacky moves in order to avoid paying as many taxes as they possibly can. Okay, taxes are largely only an issue for, like, that kind of middle fraction of the income population. 4 terabytes, he do it? He's rich. Oh. No, they're not. Now they can do it open. Oh, yeah, shoot. They do just kind of do it openly. SSD. 4 terabytes SSD. I actually have, I think, the best SSD on the market right now, or one of the best SSDs. I got it on a pretty good deal, all things considered. Alright, let me get some Glimmerflies. Yep. And now you're getting... Oh, it's an SSC. He's rich. Way too much money. Mega rich. Yep. Called it. Optimized tax strat video when? I don't know. I'm not an accountant.
There we go. Another maze run all the way done. Alright, I missed watching Jujutsu Kaisen yesterday with my friends, so I'm gonna have a good time watching that later tonight. PCIe 5, I assume? Yes, it's a PCIe 5. It was the Samsung 990 Pro. Two terabytes on each. I got a really good deal on them when they were on sale. I got them both for like $100 each. Or like 150. And boy, am I glad that I got those when I did, because boy oh boy did computer prices hike up afterwards. Especially on stuff like new SSDs, new RAM. That stuff. Actually insane. Oh, damn awesome? Yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna be honest. If I have something nice, it's either that I got it on sale or it's not quite as nice as you may be expecting. It's either one of those things. Sloppy Sam?
Is that what people call Samsung? Sloppy Sam? What? Am I mistaken by... am I misinformed of, like, the actual quality of it? Because from what I heard, that the 990 Pro was actually pretty good. Oh, Sam Allman. Oh, okay, never mind. I was having a misunderstanding. Who's Sam Altman again? I recognize the game, but I don't, or name, but I don't remember who. Samsung makes good products mostly. Yeah, that's kind of what I garnered. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if there's like a couple things of theirs that just wasn't really that great, but from what I heard, the 990 Pro was pretty solid. And that's something that I really want to make sure and get for something like an SSD, because that's everything. That's my OS, that's all of my data. If I have a hard drive fail or an SSD failure, I'm cooked. The only insane thing is that you're still not admitting to being... Well, I'm not going to admit to being a cat because I'm not a cat. CEO of OpenAI currently has loads of promises to deliver money for data centers. Oh. I cannot wait for the bubble to pop. Like, can the bubble pop sooner already? Like, please? I'm so tired of computer components becoming insanely more expensive because we've got companies creating, like, trading money that doesn't exist to buy RAM that hasn't been made yet for a product that hasn't even been, like, properly created. Or, like, for a product that doesn't make money, I should say. And the thing is, nobody's gonna be willing to pay the kind of money that would take to keep AI servers online. The only reason why AI has been able to become, like, a thing is just because it has literally been, like, given so much free money. That's the only reason. The bubble isn't actually bubble. The entire AI industry is a coordinated scam. They're trying to crash hardware markets and make buying a home computer completely unaffordable and force you to buy a streaming remote PC subscription. That's a crazy conspiracy theory. But I'd honestly, at this point, I'd be willing to believe it. I've heard crazier come true. Luckily, I got a 9950 x 3D RTX 5090 64GB RAM before the crisis. Only L is that I was paying much more on MSRP than on GPU. Yeah, that's like one big deal for me. I'm stuck with like a 4070 Ti. And while that's definitely not terrible, okay, it's definitely a good graphics card. It's not like I'm really solid. It could be better, but the issue is that, like, I can't exactly, like, make it better now. But my computer should still be fine for at least another 2-3 years before needing any level of upgrade to the components. Running escort for globules if you're like such a peasant right now. Oof. I'm planning to never have to play escort again. And I'm also planning to never have to grind maze for gold again after this next summit. Okay, let me just, like, buy everything. because I've got the money for it. NVIDIA GPUs have been overpriced since the 30 series. Oh, I already know about that. Alright, alright, she's gonna go into it now. Yep, there we go. I get lag spikes on DNA with a 5090 and 4K. Oh, well. I only play 2K, so I don't really have lag issues. But honestly, 2K, 120 FPS, that's like more than enough for me. And I played nearly max graphics as well. Yeah, I'm... Oh, what the? Oh, okay. I guess at least it took me out of my ults. But, damage is not looking really good here, boys. So, yeah, I've got enough, okay. I also got lucky with my PC setup. It's all daddy's money. And my face shameless enough, no matter shitting on me or mocking me hurts me, so I'm enjoying the Beast Rig free-to-play setup. Okay. Well, I'm glad you found your way into getting a good PC. I had to pay for all my components. I was actually sitting on, like, the majority of my PC parts for a while. I was just missing, like, a couple key ones. And then I finally got them, like, later after I paid taxes, I think. Well, actually, no, I think it was before I paid taxes, but around tax season. Alright. Getting another couple million gold. I should farm up at least 5 million today. I am gonna need other stuff as well. Like just having a good stock of it. But I do think, yeah, I do have like all of the important wedges crafting right now. I mean, I could go ahead and craft the rest of these. I mean, I might as well. Rage, Threshold, Trammel, Edge, Penetration, just to make sure that I have all these, like, preps for, plus sending them. Alright, there we go. I think I just spent almost half a maze run, or maybe more than half a maze run worth of money just doing that. But that's more progress having wedges maxed out. Warcraft sound, need more gold. Yes. Need more gold constantly. You just out through escort to gain some glove freedom. Same thing as sitting through fishing to get at peace freedom. Yep. And no, it doesn't seem like that there's any functional difference with the new rods. 4 Demon Wedge Exploration in a row, let's go. Sick. I'm kind of, like, mostly done with my wedge exploration needs. I'm honestly just going for stuff that like filling out the rest of my collection with, rather than stuff that I actually need for characters that I'm really, really playing and building right now. I mean, I'm just getting to the point where I'm building griffins for stuff that, like, frankly doesn't matter. Like, just because I want to get all the griffins done. I'm going to go ahead and just get both of these, like 90 letters of these, just because I can. And now, beyond that, it's just getting more Covenanters and doing the rest of this. I mean, I already have those purchased, and I already have that, all the blueprints from them. So it's literally just Covenanters and like 2 centerpieces. That's really it. I'm almost done with like all blueprints here, which is kind of insane to say, especially because I still have another 1,000, and I'm gonna get even more when I actually spend them. Yeah, Fire Theme right now, playing. So we're on purple wedges, and gold wedge looks impossible to farm for a smooth frame like me. System confusing. While you people got plus 10 full set wedge. It's not really that complex once you dig into it. You just have to get enough purples to craft the golds, and then you get more golds to refine the golds to their maximum. It's just the amount of investment that you put into it, really. Alright. Oh! There we go. We plus 10 wedges today, boys. Exactly. You do get something disappointing from By the Rod. Yep. Yeah, honestly, I think I feel the tweak coming on. I wasn't quite feeling it before, but I do feel the tweak coming on. I might only have a couple more left in me today. Meowdy. Feels so good to be able to say that. Meowdy to you too, Jan. Yep. Should be back on the ball when it comes to streaming from here on out. At least until something fucks up my sleep schedule again. But I'm gonna do my very best to make sure that doesn't happen again. That I don't have consistent, heavy late nights in a row. About 2,000 hours needed to get all wedges to rank 10. I think I'll probably be there sooner than that. 1,500 more likely for me, or 1,600. Wedge grind is mostly gated by time investment. All they need to do is make the time fun. Will be golden. Oh, yeah, exactly. More fun, more engaging to farm, and more rewarding overall. Any new mage wedges worthwhile? For Berenica, yes. For other characters, to be seen. Alright, nothing really else that I need. Well, actually, skill efficiency? No, that's skill range. Alright. Spent 30 IRL minutes killing weekly boss. My wedge still weak. Then I watch your new weapon video and obliterate that boss in seconds. I feel depressed. It's fine. That just means you've got a lot of room to grow. Trust me, everybody started there at the beginning. I mean, defeating a level 80 boss in like less than a minute used to be an achievement in Duet Night Abyss during like its first week. Well, first month. About. But now most people have a lot better investment and a lot better builds. So it is really just a matter of you getting the right character setups for it and investing in them further. Until Maze Running gets some improvements, I refuse to build any Constance weapon character. Well, I hope that does not bite you in the ass in the future. For your sake. Alright. Get more of the Seaborn Moons. I mean, frankly, it doesn't even matter if one of the maze wedges is worthwhile or not. I have to max it out just so that I have the option in the future. Because that is my purpose. That is my role here to play. I also just like having things maxed out, so yeah, I'd be doing it anyway. Alright. Ah, that would have been a good one to pick up. I probably should have taken a look at it before. It already bit me during the last summit. Oof. Been doing raids for the entire stream. Well, we had a little bit of a break where we read a particularly insane Reddit post and reacted to a video. But outside of that, yeah, it's really just been maze. Like the entire stream. And I do think I am nearing my limit. I think I've got like a handful more left, and then it's gonna actually like get to me. Let's see. Nothing. Okay, defense not huge. More seaborne immune. I don't really need that. Okay. I'm just gonna keep my embers up because they're gonna have one last shot before we go to the boss. And there's a good chance that I get something great from it. What's Mischief Architects? Okay. Green random artifact? Ugh. I think that was the... Was that the revive one? The revive one's so bad. Okay, yeah, let's get some... defense more from that as well. And I mean, there wasn't really anything else that I would have really wanted or needed. Alright! Almost done with this maze run. Oh, yeah, it's subject 47. Oh boy! Another cutscene! Splendid! I love cutscenes. I love waiting for the boss to let me attack them. Okay, you're giving me motivation to catch up in damage now, Yotesh, by Heavenly Idol. I shall embark on my cultivation path, seek the Tao of plus and wedges. Well, I'll be rooting for you. Genuinely hope that you have a great time building up all your characters and getting them leveled up to their maximum. And I'm going to be putting out plenty more videos on how you can, or builds to try out and other ways to improve it. In fact, I've been sitting on like a farming video concept for a bit. I think I might go ahead and like produce that later today. There is also Lumino Resolve stuff, which I'm pretty close to being done with that too, to post. Yep. I plan on having plenty more W's from here on out. Alright. Oh. Ugh. Yeah, I think I'll give it like 1 or 2 more maze runs. And then I'll probably call it. Unfortunately, there are other things that I am required to attend to. Avoid the first shop because I don't have enough money for anything. And... oh, okay. I mean, that's not too bad. If I ever get any forced red doors that could net me a little bit more embers. Give me an artifact. Max revive +1. Do not seem to be getting good luck so far. Alright, just give me the embers. I need that first shop. Do I even have enough to... I don't even have enough to buy anything. At least nothing good. Alright.
Artifact? Oh, okay. Well, that'll at least be money after a couple stages. But still nothing that's like an actual damage increase. Okay. Well, there's pen at least. Look at thistles. Oh, it's just giving me like all the garbage events. Okay. Skill rage. Oh no. This is about to be like one of the worst maze runs of all time, isn't it? Oh, Seafarer. Okay, well that's a gold lamp pick, but it's gonna give me watch. It's gonna give me like the melee artifacts. Character attack that's almost as bad. That's it's so bad. I mean, it's not useless, but it's terrible. Okay. No, there's. I'll get the 2 Glimmerflies. Probably be the best deal because I do have the penetration from that one, so that'll at the very least be something of a damage upgrade. Oh my gosh, it's literally giving me nothing but bottom tier events. I'm barely gonna make it through this, aren't I? Okay, well that one, the ultimate trading all defense, that one's not bad. Yeah, I just realized I don't have money. Oh, actually, I did get a decent amount. Okay, never mind. Restore sanity by 4 when using seals. I mean, this is somewhat useful. It gives me skill damage at least. And some more sanity regeneration, and one more Thieborn, that's solid there. Raid Saint on DNA. Are we being dead ass? You didn't post an emote, like a unicorn or something, so... I'm not entirely sure if you're joking or not. I'm pretty sure you are. Oh, okay. Oh, the other. Oh, the. Okay. Okay. Perhaps. All right. Yeah. That's not the first saint that comes to mind when you say just like saint. Yeah, you baited me. All right. Artifact, Olympic. I mean, there's a Seaborn in. Can do that, and well, that's frankly the only one that I really want. Well, skill efficiency. I want that one. That's it. Yeah, also think of the Dictator. Dictator is wild. Holy crap. Well, that limit twig is actually not that bad because it just like deals damage and stuff. When I do like little flies and stuff. Ooh, okay, there's another good little fly one. All right, I don't have any money to buy anything. All right. Oh great. All right. Yeah, honestly, getting like no damage at all and like twice in a row getting Subject 47 and Hellfire, I think that's probably the right time to call stuff in terms of like maze grind. Game's telling me to get off. It's like, this ain't worth it anymore, Chief. And I'm inclined to agree. No, at the very least I got my passive up. Oh, what? How did that hit me?
She didn't even do the animation! That's insane. Just to waste my time. Okay, yeah, I'm definitely tweaking now. I'm definitely tweaking now. I was feeling a little bit, but, you know, it finally got to me. Alright. Well, I mean, I was already planning on wrapping things up a little bit because I've been streaming for like 5 hours now. So, gotta say, had a wonderful stream today. Had plenty of great conversations with y'all, and I got a great deal of grinding done. Don't have anything limited left in the maze shop, so that is splendid as always. Massive thank you to everybody who decided to tune into the stream today, and also a massive thank you to Karuna Pandy for all of the donations as well. I appreciate you all so much. Expect more stuff to come, especially new videos in the coming days about all of the stuff regarding this new update in Duet Night Abyss. And with that all out of the way, I'm going to give you all one more massive thank you for tuning in, and